plant cum, as some people like to call it. In this game, because I just be thinking everything over here is a fucking person. Oh, this is saving because something's about to happen. Stay away from that duck. Oh! Oh my god. I need to pay attention to what he's doing because the bitch duck didn't even say nothing. Nothing. He just stood there, let me take it. Yeah, get that bitch. Get that bitch. Cover me! Listen. What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, look at that split I just did. Oh my god. Where am I going? Oh my god, there's so many of them. Oh my god, please don't come to life. Oh, oh. Oh, no! Oh my god! Oh shit. No, I wasn't even moving! What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh shit, somebody's already here.
Before we get started.
Oh shit. Bitch. See, this is what happens. I'm just trying to do a fucking story. Let me do the story and you won't get your ass whipped. This is what happens. Don't touch me. Dude came up behind me, still did no damage. Going on. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, that was fun. That was fun. Okay, I like this combat. Oh, and we leveled up. And we leveled up. Oh, I get to pick up bonus stats. Yeah, biatch. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna happen. Oh yeah, that was amazing. Amazing. For shame, because I can't. I am horrified right now. Ready? Oh shit! Ah! No, I'm stuck in a corner. No, get me out of this. I'm oh, no! Wait, give me what? Oh wait. I forgot I already got my water. That's my hydrate sound, if you couldn't tell. Thanks for letting me get chewed up. God, she really gave new meanings to the word giving head. Oh, come on, are we doing? Oh no, is my person about to die? Oh, don't even Oh my god!
Tonight's beverage will be all.
Oh my god, you know what I just realized? I don't have any sounds for when I actually win something.
It's an honor.
Is that me? What are you doing to me? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh shit, run. Oh no, am I gonna die? No, 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 let me get up to that box. Let me get inside the building. Oh my god, run. Get me up there. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh shit, I'm like not using the sprint button. Oh, hide, hide, hide in there, hide. Holy shit. Ooh. This looks dangerous. Don't do that. Let's do this. I'm not gonna have no metal pipe taking me out. Shoot. This, ooh. What's it called? That sound is like perfect for this game. Okay. Enemy. And so I was like, I just need to let people help. It's okay. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to accept help. I'm so close. Bitch out here edging. I mean, at least somebody's edging on hump day because I'm not. It's fucking raining over here in New York City and I'm not going to somebody's place like a wet cat. Okay? Oh, we're gonna support you if you like it or not. Okay. I wish there was some sort of map or compass. Like, literally I have no idea where I'm going. Did I get stuff from breaking up anything? Where is she? Dude, if I get killed by her. But I hope you're having fun with Super Vibe. I don't wanna interrupt your game. Ah! Bye. Boop. Ooh. Bitch. Oh my god. The way I'm already starting the stream like this. It's fucking bullshit. Oh, bitch. You saw how fucking long it would take it for me to reload? Like, damn. They wasn't even giving me a chance. I'm over here hopping around like a fucking bunny rabbit and this bitch is not reloading. That gun. Where did we get that gun? Oh my fucking god. I hate you so much right now. did you go? Where did you go? Fuck. Oh. Oh, stupida! I just slapped a bitch. That's all I know. Area secure. Okay. Oh my god, I'm doing something. I collected a sample. I don't know what that is. Well, that's another gun. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Why am I slowed? Why am I slowed? Let me go. Let me go. Let me run. Bitch. Bitch! Yo. Y'all really be trying me. I'm pretty good at this game. And I just fucking... I feel like I'm gonna get... Ooh. Wait, oh. I didn't get killed. I'm just getting... Oh my god, I'm getting jumped! Oh, they're taking him. Get off of me. Get off of me. Oh man.
They said in that clownfish movie.
Ooh, I got a bitch. Yeah. No, I was not expecting that. Holy shit. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on. I have to go back and say hi to everybody. I can't fucking breathe right now. Hi, Missy. Hi, Poppy. Hi, JC. Jay, thank you for the follow. Oh my god. Kifa, hi, Kifa. Thank you for the follow. What is all this stuff? Oh my god. Hello, hello. Oh my god. I forgot to do every single thing that I needed to do, but that's okay. Hi. Hi. Hope everybody's doing well today. Let me get my headphones and stuff because I always forget to put on my headphones. Do that. Let's do this. I hope everybody's doing well today. It's Tuesday. I just figured that out like a couple minutes ago. That it's Tuesday and it's not Wednesday. My camera looks fucking crazy right now. I don't know why it looks so grainy. I think I might have put a filter on it and I don't remember. I got that damn Jade song stuck in my head. That No Angel song, I have been listening to it nonstop. Let's see what this does. There we go. Hope everybody's doing well. It's Tuesday. We got through the bullshit that was Monday. Now we gotta get through the bullshit that is the rest of the week. Okay, I'm also just testing something, looking at some things because I was having, I don't know what it is. I noticed on one of my VODs that there was double sound, even though the next game that I played had no double sound and there was no changes made to my settings. So I don't know, but it has been a minute. I took off last week, not intentionally, but then I was like, you know what? I just want some space. I just need to recalibrate myself because I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. So it's actually been over a week because it's been like 2 weekends, girl. So who is that? Hi, Mickey. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate it. I hope the rest of your stream went well. What did I do? Okay, so last time we met, I was actually going to meet some other streamer friends, because one of them was coming to town to, try to reset their mental system, their mental health. And so they came here. My camera looks so fucking crazy. And so last weekend I got to see, not this weekend, the past weekend, got to see Poppy Oddly. Uh I keep saying it's weird. Just Store Milkshakes, Numi and Ivy Molina. Who is let me actually give before I forget, because I will forget. Let me give Mickey a shout out really fast. I gotta practice this. I gotta practice this. Am I gonna hear this? Oh my god, I hear it. Do you guys hear it?
It's muffin time!
I don't know if you guys heard that. Please let me know if you heard that, because I don't hear it, so that means that you might not hear it. So anyway, making way into puzzle solving, fall damage checking. My show of variety has been on a wild gaming spree from Big Brain Riven. Big Brain Riven sessions to Spooky Freaky Fridays. They've dived into demo, survived streamathons, and even dabbed in cowboy vampire therapy. This is so good. I don't know how they do this, but they do such a good job with us. Always gifting their community with codes and diverse gameplay. Mickey streams are a one-stop shop for all things gaming and geekery. Gifted with Mickey, of course. Yeah, so I got to meet Poppy Alley, Drift Sword Milkshakes, Numi, and Ivy. So we went and hung out Friday night, went to a bar to watch Drag Race, which is always a lot of fun. And I think it was called Lollapalooza. I do not follow Drag Race at all. I am the worst. I've only followed the one season that Bianca Del Rio was on, because Bianca Del Rio is my spirit animal. And so, Lollapalooza is like the big lip sync battle of all lip sync battles. And that was fun because they always have great music. They had I forget what the name of the song is. I think it's called Groove is in the Heart. I used to hate that song when it first came out. Many, 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 many years ago. But now I have grown to appreciate the funkiness that is that song. So that's always a good time. They play that song. I don't know. I always get into it. I love watching lip sync things. I love watching two queens battle. But I don't know. I can't watch a show every week. I do not have that. I have commitment issues with that. So we got to watch a show. I forgot who even won. Oh my god, I don't even remember any of the drag queens' name. Except for Angeria, I think. And Banji. And I don't remember anybody else. But it was an older queen that won. That she got to do the song that her drag mother did, and that got her into drag. So it was a very emotional moment. So she won, and then I don't think anybody got eliminated either. So anyway, so it was cool. Got to see a really cool drag queen in person because they did a performance before the show started, and then they did a show after the show started. I mean, in the middle of the show. What did they do? And they did two great songs actually. They did "Take Me Out Tonight" from Rents, which literally you will always get me with that song. I'm in love with it. And then she did Britney Spears Stronger. So you can't go wrong with the Britney Spears number. So we watched the show. We was having drinks. I was having my whiskey sour. I think that's what I was drinking. Having a good time. And then the show ended, so it was time to open up the club, take out the chairs, take out the tables. Okay, so first off, right, we heard groove is in the heart, so you already know I'm in it. I'm in it to win it. Okay, so they start taking the chairs and the tables out, and by the time they cleared everything, the first song that they thought was the way to start the night was Lady Gaga Judas. So, and they have like TVs, and they have a big projector like above the stage. So I had to do a Who Did It Better, and I had to do the choreography, okay? So I started my night off good. I had everybody watching, everybody cheering as I did my I was about to say Gugus, my Judas choreography. And then we danced a lot, had a good time. They played the Future. I think it's called Future Now. I forgot the name. The Kim Petra song. That was kind of like a B-list single. Like, I was doing my thing. I was in it. Okay, so I had a great time dancing a lot. Then we went to a burger place. We had burgers. The burger was pretty good. Did I have French fries? I think I had French fries. French fries was pretty good. Had a milkshake. And girl, that is very dangerous for me to do, to be having a milkshake after drinking like all those liquids in my stomach at the same time. Girl, I was feeling ambitious. So then after that, then they decided to go back inside, and I'm like, why did I just eat all of that food and you're gonna make me go back inside? So I went back inside. It was more crowded, so I didn't have all my space to do my dance moves. But a song came on, and me and Numi made the executive decision to clear the dance floor so we can do our thing. And so we did Beyonce's Get Me Bodied. Okay. And yes, I did. What is it? What is the words? What is the lyrics? Drop it to the floor. Drop it down low, hit the floor with it. Yes, I did that. Okay. My knees moved, my back moved, everything moved where it needed to move. And we did that choreography like we was Beyonce. And that was it. And then they got tired, because they're older. Much older than me. And then that was it for the night. Went home. I think we left at like 1, but I set up to like 4 in the morning. Cause I was just like in such a like euphoric state. It's been so long since I've been out dancing in any capacity. So it was like really nice. I mean, because the last time I went out with them, we didn't like really get to dance because it was so crowded. So it was really nice to like dance and like let loose and let them see a side of me that they haven't seen on stream, because I have not yet brought the dance to the stream. And then I went to sleep at like 4 in the morning, and let me tell you, I think I just laid like this the whole night, because when I woke up the next day, my back was killing me. Every single part of my back. Like, I had gotten run over by an 18-wheeler all night. So I was supposed to, my sister was supposed to bring my niece and my nephew, and then she never did. And then I was supposed to go to brunch with them, but I was in so much pain. I had to take so much medicine just to be able to be a human that wasn't a pile of mush on my couch. And then the next day we ate at a seafood place, which you guys know I don't eat seafood. They had burgers there. The burger was okay. People obviously do not know what well done means. And it's just like a thing that I just have to live with. I want it well done, which means all the meats of that patty is cooked. So there was that. So we went there, then so that was me, Poppy, Ivy, and Drifty, and then Poppy had to go back to work. So me, Ivy, and Drifty did a little shopping. Oh wait, where is it? Hold on 1 second, I'll be right back. I forgot I have to show you something. I almost forgot about this because I hang it out in the back. Oh, I was like, what is that? We went gift shopping, went to a gift store, went to a record store. I don't even own a record player, okay, people? And I knew that I was going to do this, kind of, but then I didn't really know I was going to do this. So I got my first record. Okay, of course, this is my first record. Get into her. Get into her. Now, I don't know if you can see this way. Well, you can't see. The whole reason I actually bought it is because it says it comes with the 28-page LP book. And it says collectible design. I don't know what that means. It probably means the design of the actual record. But I was like, oh, a 28-page LP book with never, I think it says never before seen photos. Seen Gaga images and artwork. Okay, honey babushka. Although it's probably all over Twitter and I already, sorry. But yes, we have my first record. And then we went to another bar that, like, I've been to like once before, but we didn't even know. First we went there, they weren't even open, so we had to wait outside. Okay, we was the first ones in the bar. It's a little embarrassing. Never want to be the first one. And we didn't know this, but they were doing like almost a free barbecue. So like if you bought a drink, which you're gonna buy a drink at a bar, you got a ticket, and then you got to have like a hamburger or hot dog. Okay, that's how you do. And they have a nice little patio outside area. So we hung out there, we got some food, and then we went back to Poppy Adley's job to get him. Because Ivy was staying with them. And then something else happened that day. That was the first time that so I used to work with Poppy Adley. Gotta make sure I don't say their real name. And that was the first time that I have been back to that store in 3 years because I have such resentment and hatred for that place. But I had another friend that I still talk to that I wanted to see that was working that day. So I was like, okay, let me go in. Blah, blah. And also so first off, the amount of physical activity I did that weekend was insane. The fact that I even made it through that whole weekend without napping as much as I did or needed to was the thing, because I walked over a bridge to get to the brunch. We did all the thrift store record shopping, and then we went, had the drinks, went to the barbecue, whatever. And then I walked back over the bridge to get home because I was like, if I'm going to eat all this bullshit and have all this alcohol, I'm going to work it out. So lots and lots of walking. So my body was done the next day. And then I was like, then last week happened. Last week was like, and I was like in a little bit of pain. Then I also felt like I was getting sick. Still not sure if I'm like not getting sick, but I started taking my ginger pills because I don't like being sick. Yeah, but I'm starting to make this commitment to myself because I'm like, I really, really need to do better at this. If I'm not going to stream, I need to be doing something that is beneficial for this stream. So I think last week I tried to I recorded a video for Concord, and then I deleted it by accident. So that was my like beneficial thing, which really sucked because it would have been good to have that gameplay on my system. I mean, in my VOD somewhere on YouTube, but nope, I didn't. I failed at that. But I did, which I'm not going to. I'm going to show it now. Hopefully I remember what the messages are. I can actually look at them. Hold on. Because there we go. Okay. I created I created raid messages because Somebody said something to me before about that. I was like, I don't know what the message is. So this is the sub raid. We're not raiding, so but I just want to show it. Okay. There we go. So we got my new little animated emote, which is a little colorful ink bottle. And it says you've been inked. And then my other one is, so that's gonna be the sub. That's gonna be a sub alert, sub message, whatever. And then this is gonna be the follower message. I don't know what that stream elements thing is on the bottom. She gonna go. I'll fix that at some point. The ink to the ink. Okay, we like that. Avengeras. So those are my two. I created those two raid messages, and now I'm ready to freaking go when I need to raid somebody. What else did I do? I don't know if you can see them. I still didn't get. Hold on. I did not get. I don't know why it's taking so long. But I made new emotes yesterday. I paid for them. It was like $6 for like 16 emotes, and I was like, okay. So that there's actually emotes that look like me. Which is fine. So hopefully those will be getting approved soon. I don't know what is taking so long. I did them quite early yesterday and spent a bunch of time on it. So I did that. New emotes coming. We got the new raid messages. And I have a really big chunk, like a minute. Okay, Adam for Adam, calm down. A really big chunk, about a minute long, of a raid video. And I kept thinking to myself, like, I don't have enough material to do a raid trailer. But then I thought, I've seen other people's raid trailers, and you know, some of them are really like raid trailers, some of them are just like whatever. You know, a raid trailer has no, it doesn't necessarily have a formula. It can be whatever you want. And I'm like, okay. So I'm making a raid trailer. I got like a minute of it, and then I went to my Twitch and downloaded a whole bunch more clips that I'm like, kind of want to get in there because there's definitely a lot of one game in the trailer, and I need to show more variety. So I'm gonna add those. I don't know when. Yeah, so I have like a minute worth of it. From what I'm seeing, it looks extremely absurd, which is totally fine with me. I'm not like, I am taking it seriously, but not like too seriously. Like, I think it's a very funny showcase of what happens on the stream. So yeah, so I've been doing that. You know, Friday happened. If you don't know, I work in IT for a mental health company. This outage was the bane of my existence because we basically, if you don't know anything about the outage, though, what it did was that it basically pushed a software to open before the computer even boots. So when that happens, you basically could not access the internet. And so because of that, you could not remotely fix any computer. They had to be manually fixed. So we had like 50 users that we had to reset all of their devices. Okay. So I was dealing with that all day Friday. Also feeling like shit because I came back from the chiropractor on Thursday. Usually I feel like shit because like all my stuff is moving around the way that it's supposed to be moving. And so there's that, right? Feeling like shit. Then we have this outage, right? And then come like 5 o'clock, someone's like, who's on call? And I was like, girl, I looked at that calendar. and my ass was on call. Okay, it was
emotional damage.
That's what it was. So not only did I have to deal with that bullshit Friday, I had to deal with things Saturday and Sunday. Luckily, I didn't have to deal with resetting anything. But first off, I also had my niece and my nephew. My niece was on my last nerve. She's on the last of the last nerve that anybody could have. She is the last nerve of the last nerve. She was on she was on another fucking planet. First off, my sister brought her down without the carriage. My niece is about to be she's gonna be 3 in like a week and a half. Right? She didn't have the carriage, so first off, I had to walk her with the dog. Every time I had to walk the dog. Drama every fucking time. And then I had no food in my house, so I had to go do food shopping with her. Okay. Luckily, usually I go to Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's like a 15-minute walk from my house. Because their food is pretty good, much cheaper than what you get in the other supermarkets. But I was like, I'm not doing all that walk and carrying all that stuff back and dealing with her. Right? Luckily, they built a brand new supermarket 2 blocks from my house, which is very, very convenient. The prices weren't that bad. They actually had sales. I thought it was going to be just like a bougie supermarket like Graciti's or something. But they still had their deals. They still had like the 2 for 3 Hot Pockets, or, you know, like 2 for 5 Francesco Rinaldi sauce, whatever. So I was like, okay, there was a few things there. But every time we had to turn down an aisle, she threw a temper tantrum. I don't know what it is about that. She does not like to turn directions. When we're walking the dog and we change directions to go back home, she throws a temper tantrum. Like, I've never seen it before in my life. She threw the only temper tantrum in the store because I asked her to move, because she was in other people's way. So she threw a temper tantrum, screaming. And she screams like you're boiling her alive, like you're skinning her alive. It is the most atrocious yell I have ever heard. It is ear piercing. Like, my eardrums only have so much left. Like, so I had to deal with that all weekend. And then this dumbass person, and let me tell you, I better not get another ticket from this person, because I want to curse them out. They were a new user starting on Monday, and you want to go send in a ticket at 5:30 p.m. on a Sunday, on the Lord's Day, for me to help you set up your damn computer. I was so pissed. Like, I should not have to be doing that shit on the day before your first day at work. And the only reason I did it was because I wanted to keep my job. Okay? So, pissed. Okay? And then we had yesterday. What happened yesterday? Still dealing with the bullshit of Friday and the outage. Not as bad, but still, like, it is like, it was just constant, you know? And then today I found out that one of my team is really small. So there's 5 people on my team, right? One person deals only with new users, because they are not that they don't understand technology that well, but they understand it enough to deal with that. Then we have a new hire who we put as tier 1 to deal with like audio issues, all the regular stupid stuff we deal with. And then there's me and 2 other people who were tier 2 support, and we're moving into our new roles are engineer, infrastructure, something. I don't know. I can't even remember it. what is the word I'm looking for? I don't know, infrastructure engineers. That's what we are. We still haven't even gotten to do any of that, like system admin type stuff or whatever we're gonna do, because we're still dealing with the queue because there's only one tier one person who that person comes in so late that we basically are having to take all their tickets anyway and do the work for them. So it's like great. And that person is lazy as fuck too. So there's that. So now I just found out that one of the people on my team with the three of us is leaving. That person used to, I usually work 9 to 6. This person works on the West Coast and usually would come in at 11 on my time. And so now that means the person before me comes in at 8, then I come in at 9. Now nobody's coming in until 2 p.m. So let me tell you, I worked my ass off to get my tickets from like 60 tickets down to below 35. Okay. And I'm the only one that has that low tickets because I'm like, I want to get these tickets out. I want you to leave me alone. Okay. I want you to leave me alone. And now that they're leaving in like 2 weeks. Like my tickets are just gonna balloon the fuck up again. And I'm just like, you have got to be fucking kidding me. So that sucks because now that also means that there's one less person in this. We do a round robin for on-calls. One less person, that means one more 1 week closer to having to fucking do to do on-call again. Sorry, my friends are texting me because so I got to do the game that we're going to play, the beta. I was going to do 2 different games today, but I'm like, the 2 games are so different that I felt like I don't want to deal with any like weird drop off. I don't want to have to be like, oh, we're having fun with this and drop to have the other game. I'm just going to do the one game. But I got to do the beta for Marvel Rivals last time. When it was PC only. I only got to do it one time on stream because my stream could not handle it. So I signed up this time for the console. We got that console beta key, honey boo boo. Okay, so we're gonna do that today. But they're just messaging me. They're like, oh my god, this is so much fun. I'm like, I told you it was fun. Like we're gonna have so much fun playing this game when it comes out because it's just a lot of fun. So we're gonna be playing that today, okay? Yeah, so that was my week. And then, if you haven't noticed, we got this. Come a little closer. We got this. I gotta figure out how to light this better. I gotta get me some like RTM lighting so you can actually tell what the fuck is going on back there. But we have up here there's 5 different Captain Americas because I love Captain America. We have this Galactus, the Devourer. It's a statue. My nephew actually won this for me when we went to Comic-Con last year on the last day in the last 10 minutes of Comic-Con. Because I put him in front of me, he was right at the barricade, and they were like, "Did he get anything?" And they're like, "No." So they gave him that thing. He was like, "Since you took me here, I'm gonna give that to you." So he won that Galactus for me. There's also Gwen Stacy here. I don't remember how I got this. I think I might have gotten it in some mystery box, but I don't remember. Then of course we have our lovely Jean Grey, Phoenix, which my friend gifted to me for my birthday one day, 1 year. Then we have this Galactus. This is a blacklit. I don't know what the word is. Galactus. And usually these Funko Pop, there's a Funko Pop. Funko Pops are usually like over $60, the jumbo size ones. I got that for $20. Okay. You know what? I realized I should have worn my Spider-Man jacket, but I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try to play this game as much as possible because you have it for 12 days. Now that I can play it on my PlayStation and don't have to worry about my computer overheating, we're gonna play. So we have Moon Knight down here. My friend also gave that to me for my, I don't know if he gave it to me for my birthday or for Christmas. This is like a special kind. It's not like a Funko Pop. And back here you can't see it, but there is a I want to say 80th anniversary Superman from, I literally can't think of his name right now. It's a very famous DC artist or DC statue maker. But there's a Superman there. Then we have a Harley Quinn. That is also not a Funko Pop. I don't know what I have over here. Oh, we have Daredevil and MODOK. I won MODOK at Comic-Con last year as well. I don't know where I got Daredevil from. My arm is freaking killing me for doing this. We have Echo. Is that Echo? No. Oh, sorry. That is Captain Strange. So that is Captain America as Doctor Strange because I love me some Captain America. This is Aaron from The Walking Dead. Ross Marquand, if you don't know who that is, he's a voice actor for Invincible. He's a voice actor for Red Skull in Endgame. Yes. Yes, he's a famous voice actor. And it's signed by him. So there's a lovely little squiggle there. What else do I have? Oh, then we have Echoes right here. And then we have the facet version of Black Panther. The facet version is like a Funko Pop that is like chiseled with a lot of like prism edging looking thing and looks like a diamond version of Black Panther, and it's purple. So we love that. Who do I have down here? Oh, this is Britney Spears, The Circus. Okay. Britney Spears Circus. Oh, then I have Zombie. I don't know why he's not up there. I need to fix that. Zombie. Zombie Captain America. Okay, because even that Captain America was cool. And then in the bottom there is a Black Lantern version of I don't know if you can see it. It's a Black Lantern version of what is her name? Wonder Woman and Etrigan from DC. So yeah, so now you can see my little collection. There's still one's missing because I have like She-Hulk and Hulk in my room. I have Red, what is his name? Red Dinosaur. So all of that in my room. Yeah, but I thought I would be able to double them, but I can't put them on top of each other. Yeah, so I need to calm down with that collection, or I need to get another cabinet because she's full. And then, oh, you can't see it. Oh, because she fell over. There's like a little Wonder Woman in there and a little ghost. Ghost. What is her name? Ghost Spider in there. But yeah, now you guys can see my little collection. Now I just have the She-Hulk and Hulk in my room. And then I have these two posters up here that I need to get over there, which I don't even know where I'm going to find the room. I'm probably going to move that whiteboard to somewhere more useful. But I have a Miles Morales metal artwork up there, and I have a She-Hulk artwork up there that I want to showcase behind me. So yeah. And I also have this, I just realized, standing right here, my little ring light. Okay. There we go. So yeah, that was my week and a half away. It was very, very productive, if I do say so myself. So many games came out. There's Flintlock, Nobody Wants to Die, which is like a game I totally found out by TikTok. Somebody posted like, hey, you should check this out. And I was like, okay. We still need to finish Tales of Kenzera. I only got to play the Concord beta once. I didn't play it this last weekend. That was literally a fail of me. I also actually don't even know if I told you guys this. I beat all of Heaven's Word and the whole expansion that comes after an expansion. So we are officially in Storm's Blood. So it has been a very productive week. And then I was like, I'm gonna take a week off. But also I'm just like feeling in general. Like if you play Final Fantasy, you know that there's a mode in there called Frontline, which I don't understand what I'm supposed to do at all. I just literally go in there to respawn because I'm constantly getting my ass kicked. But it gives you like almost 400,000 XP. Hold on, let me see what's happening over here. Okay. And so it's like you can get that every day and you can like level up really fast, and I'm not doing that. So I am failing myself. But I don't know, my friend was like, oh, Heaven's Word is boring, but I was like, it actually wasn't that bad. The first half was pretty boring, but the dragon stuff to me was pretty interesting. And now it's back to boring because now they had to obviously like, oh, we did that conflict, we beat that conflict, and now we need to find out that there's a whole nother conflict. But it's very like Game of Thrones up in there. Like people are spying, people are doing secret things behind people's backs and all this stuff. It's crazy. But I felt like it was a good story for the second half. Even the post expansion stuff was pretty entertaining, but it's still very long. It was almost like 50 MSQs, which that's fucking long. Like that's literally half of the expansion just to bridge the story between that expansion and the next one. So we're finally in Stormblood, everybody. Okay. I am. Okay, let me see what my friend said. Favoring Scarlet Witch, Storm, Luna, Mantis, and Doctor Strange. Okay. Scarlet Witch and Storm, yes. Spider-Man, Star-Lord, Punisher, yes. Okay. Let's take a break now. Because I'm parched, thirsty. And then we are going to get into the game, and then that will actually give me time to. Did I fix it? No, I need to update it. It'll give me time to update my game screen. So give me 1 second, and then we will be right back. Be right back. What the fuck? That's what I get for trying to go around. Give me my damn ability already, son. Dude, and this dude over here fucking duck walking. Oh.
Barely a workout.
That was fun. Oh, there we go. Holy shit. Ooh. I'm gonna give myself air horns for that because that fucking sucked. Shucked. Ah. Bye. Boop. What the fuck are you talking about? Hi, Judy. Oh my god, I need to. Can I use a hammer on that fucking little kid? Because I will use it. Oh. This is not something you can do in the first game. Should I go back and get him, or am I supposed to go this way? There's somebody else here.
I've got the converter.
Wait, did I just hit somebody?
Looks on your face, honey.
What is happening right now? Ah! Oh my god, don't do this to me! Run! Ah! Stop, run! Oh my god, don't lose breath now, son, hurry up! Run. Should I get this thermostat? Oh my god, am I about to die from doing that? Run, run, oh my god, get in the house. What the fuck is happening right now? Oh,
Tell me one more lie and I'll shoot you in the face.
where did you get that gun? Where did we get that gun? We're back. Okay, let's do this. Wait, you guys can't hear anything? I can't hear anything? I don't hear any sound. There we go. There we go. We got some sound. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Time to gear up, players. Hold tight. We're almost ready to welcome the lucky players into the closed beta. Okay. Oh, I was like, are you making me wait right now? I'm like, no. Oh. Let's agree. Oh, hold on once. Oh, let's. So I feel like last time. Yes. Last time I could not, where is the button for this? I could not put the in my name, so I had to take it out. So I just had to be inked. And they did not take my feedback. They should have longer usernames. I don't understand why they limit usernames on like any type of game. Like it should be as long as you want it to be. Okay, let's go. Ugh, the music, the artwork, it's amazing. See, if they had a what is it called? If they had a movie that was in this art style, I would literally watch it. Hold on one second, because there are drops enabled, and so I just want to be able to tell you what the drops are. I feel like there was like something special about the drops, but here we go. Make sure the enable toggle above is turned on. Oh, you can get key access. It says MRCBT key access. So I guess if you're still looking to try to get in, this is your chance to get in. You just have to watch for 1 hour. Okay, and I can be pretty entertaining for an hour, okay? So, yeah, let's do it. Wait. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta get better with this. So first off, that scared the shit out of me, the sound. I forgot that I want a sound that tells me, hey, ads are about to run, to alert me, because I keep forgetting to check over here. I'm not used to checking over here. But now I just noticed that there's a countdown that tells me when it's going to roll. And so I just need to pay attention to that countdown. Ugh. Okay. Okay. So what we're going to do, I'm pretty sure this beta has the new heroes that I did not get to play. So I haven't gotten to play Venom or Adam Warlock. So, we're gonna play them, but I'm gonna get myself a little warmed up first and play with my people that I know I'm gonna stand a bit, which is like Storm, Scarlet Witch, Punisher, Star-Lord, Iron Man. And there was still some characters that even though I played a lot, I played like maybe like 12 hours, which doesn't seem like a lot, but I barely played any of the support people because I was like, not that they're not cool, but I like played one. I was like, I don't get this. My brain is too dumb for this. So let's look at this. So, if I hit level 6, I get an extra invite code. Okay. War of the Realms. What is this? I don't know what this is. Okay. Galactica Quest. Oh. So there, I don't remember. There should still be. Well, this didn't keep any of my stuff. Where's Scarlet Witch? See, where's my other skin? I don't know if I need to. I probably need to go on the PC version and do. I don't know if this has. I feel like it does. Cross progression. So, like, look at this artwork. It's beautiful. Like, this is what to be honest, this is what I want my stream to look like. See, like this thunder that comes out every now and then for a little bit. Like, I want that to happen during my stream, and I'm gonna figure it out. Okay, I don't remember if this was here. We have Metallic Chaos. If you team up with Scarlet Witch and Magneto, Symbiote Bond, Spider-Man, Penny Parker, and Venom, Gamma Charge, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, and Hulk. That seems very odd to me, but whatever. Ammo Overload, Rocket Raccoon, and the Punisher. I feel like Iron Man should be over here with Ammo Overload, but whatever. I was like, where's the rest of them? I'm like, I know there has to be a Guardians of the Galaxy one. Dimensional Shortcut. This is interesting. Black Panther Magic. Guardian Revival Star-Lord. Adam Warlock Mantis. You know at some point they gotta be bringing in Gamora. Rocket Raccoon. Like, they also need one with all of these people together. It's a 6v6, so I'm not sure why they're limiting. It looks like they're limiting it to 3 characters. But to me, I want it to be like, if you've ever played X-Men Legends, when you played the like OG X-Men, you got a special like attack bonus. When you were only female characters in the game, you got a special bonus. When you were all like elemental damage X-Men, you got like a special bonus. And so I feel like that's what this game needs to do. Chilling Charisma, Luna, and Namor. Okay. and then Ragnarok Rebirth. And also, like, you know, at some point Thor has got to come in here. Thor and Captain America. Okay, let's look at the store. Wait, let me look at this. Do I have any messages? I have no mail. Okay, we're gonna get into it. Wait, let me check what this is. Oh, that's just telling me my rank right now. Okay, let's play. Oh, let's go. Match found.
Match found.
Holy shit, I forgot that other people might be talking.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not guessing.
Thank you.
I'm gonna start with Scarlet Witch.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world. But it does
I hope I didn't lose my skins. I would be really mad right now. Let me... Where is...
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Even the astral realms are torn apart by the time stream entanglement.
Who better to put them back together?
Also, if there is anybody lurking out there, if you want to let me know if there's any double audio, that'd be
Wizards
great.
everywhere these days. If I had the patience, I would open a school.
The battle starts in
magic is
5,
growing.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I'm like looking at it. It's like 2 bars are going up at the same time, but I can't tell.
Billions of people are counting on us to put the timelines back where they
Oh
belong.
yeah, okay.
Be right back.
Oh yeah, I cannot wait.
I have found more lost souls.
What a pair we make.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I like the cold. My magic is growing. Chaos control.
I'm like, what am I doing right now? I'm like, why does it feel... Bye, bitch.
We have prevailed. Now, a disappearing act.
Oh.
You are under my spell.
Yeah, bitch. Oh yeah.
Help me heal.
Yeah, bitch.
So it begins. Chaos
Yeah.
always prevails. My magic is growing.
Faster, my friends. I lift up my combat.
Nah, bitch. You're not surviving me. Neither are you. So I didn't really like the Hulk when I played him. Bye, bitch.
That on video.
Capture more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Let's go. Oh yeah. Take him out. You're not surviving me.
Under my spell.
Oh no, shit. I fucked that shit up. Oh, now they got a fucking...
My work here is not done.
Now they got a Scarlet Witch to try to deal with me? Oh no, honey bushka. I gotta get used to playing with these buttons. Sometimes I feel like... I don't know why, like I'm definitely in a space where sometimes I do not want to play a new game because I feel so dumb learning new controls.
Be right there. Such destructive power.
Let's keep fighting.
Bye, bitch. Bye! Damn, was I even trying? Damn, they got whooped. I wonder if they have new maps. I just love this game so much. I can't wait till it's out, for real.
The multiverse offers endless possibilities, but only if it survives this chaos.
Oh yeah.
My magic is growing.
Okay, so she has 3 powers. You can shoot. You can do a little sucking thing with this ball, kind of like Moira's suck. And then this ball that gives like an area of damage. And she has a shift so that you don't get, so you don't take damage. Also like Moira, where you can like shift into the space.
Starts in 5, 4,
The buttons on the bottom, that 21% in the bottom right, that's my ultimate charge.
capture the mission area.
And the bottom middle number, that 250, that is your health. Ugh, I love the way that looks. Oh, these are like jump points. The green things are obviously health packs. That's the health pack. Things can be destroyed, so we'll probably destroy more things in this match.
Pulse charge, fire!
We are chaos. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh shit, I fell off. This is Luna's thing.
Your powers are mine! Maximum pulse!
No.
Nothing like seeing her
He has a pretty good ultimate, Iron Man.
Fire!
Oh, I didn't even know I could fly like that, bitch. I didn't get to do that in the other game when I did it for PC. So all of this is destructible. And then it like
I don't think that's welcoming committee.
it like rebuilds, so you can keep destroying it, which is so great. Bye. Bye. Who else wants
The
it?
immensity of her power.
How dare you? Who was that? That sounded really familiar. Oh, look, it's Turtur's head.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Be swift.
Chaos control.
What is detonate?
Hell unleashed.
Okay.
Pulse charge,
Chaos control.
Oh, I didn't know I could detonate it too. I thought it just detonates once
Happy to help.
it,
My magic is growing.
what is this Soul Link? I thought it just detonates once it attaches to a building.
The area is almost yours.
Okay.
It's okay. Admit it. You need me.
Oh!
Lost in the immensity of her power.
Oh, she did not know that.
You're not going anywhere.
Nah, you're going down. Going down, down. Oh. Oh my god, I just slaughtered the shit out of that team. Okay, I gotta figure out how to turn voice chat off so that I don't want to hear them. I carry that team. Let's see if they took my other thing. I did not even. I saw this person do one thing. One ultimate. Honey Babushka. Don't even. Oh, so there's like little things that you can complete there on the bottom. Let me go to the settings to get this off. Also, there we go. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Don't do that. Don't be weird. Let's go to the settings so I can turn that off. Audio. Voice chat. I guess that turns it off. Turn on. Okay, perfect. I don't want to hear the voice. I don't want to hear the chats. Okay. I still gotta fix these timers. I feel like they're still... It's just like a wall of command timers. Okay, I think that was all I needed to do. Heroes, what is this? So something happened with one of them. Here we go. What can I look in here? Oh, achievements. So they each also they have separate achievements that you can get. To get basically currency. So you get this blue currency, I don't know what it's called, units, I guess. And then you can use it to buy things in a store. Okay, that's how you do it. Next round, honey babushka. Yes. Fast rounds. Not over here waiting 5 minutes to find a competitive match in fucking Overwatch.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Let's do Storm now.
Wind, cloud, and storm. Hear my command.
Literally, I have 12 days to play this, and I'm gonna play as much as I can for 12 days. Okay. Let me maximize this a little. I wish I knew. Oh, there is a way. So I didn't know this. There's like a layout up in the top of the stream manager.
Asgard has been invaded yet again.
30 seconds before
Look at that. Look at me flying. Oh, me and
I
Loki
have to say,
flying.
I'm inspired to fight with you, Prince of Lies.
No, you're not.
Prince of Lies.
Good. Remember that.
Oh! That was some shady ass back and forth just now. Oh my god.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
3.
2, 1.
Okay.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I can feel the currents and electricity in my veins. Purify storm!
My strength is increased. I feel sharp. High caliber.
Oh yeah.
But it had to be
She like took a little bit of getting used to. I think she's taking a little. Oh. Did I just do that?
He's suffering.
Somebody hitting me from behind?
Healing power.
Oh yeah.
One step closer to saving the world.
Now I feel like this game has a lot of potential. I do think that they definitely need different modes. I feel like every game has this like
You're halfway there. Keep going.
who is hitting me like that?
speed is everything.
There we go. Somebody's hitting me. Oh, Spider-Man. Oh, get rid of that machine, because that machine is basically giving them, it's enhancing their powers, and we don't need that.
Pulse charge. Fire.
Oh shit, that thing almost almost rebuilt right on me. Get her.
Onward to Yggdrasil.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Where did they go? Did they die?
Healing power.
Oh, there we go. Got him. Got you, biatch. Venom.
My strength is increased.
Faster, my friends.
Rise, my friend.
Where did he go?
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh, Adam Warlock to revival range. Oh. Who is coming at us like that?
Piece of cake. Stronger together.
Who is hitting me like that?
Happy to help.
Onward to
I keep forgetting that I can actually like fly. Come on, let me get.
Bring on the chaos.
Oh yeah. I feel like there's just so much more.
My comrade.
Oh shit.
Almost there. Don't
Come
turn
on.
back now.
Who's hitting me?
You are safe. Onward to Yggdrasil.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
No.
This is real firepower.
Get Black Panther.
Pulse charge. Fire.
Boom, bitch. Okay, I'm gonna try. Oh, what is that sound?
I lift up my comrades.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Yeah, biatch.
How can it come to fighting T'Challa?
Oh my god.
I will always lend that.
Biatch. Oh my god, that was so good. It took me a while to get that. It's kind of like Sigma's ult.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
I think each person definitely has.
T'Challa.
Behind us.
What is touching me? Nah, bitch.
This seems wrong, but
Let's get a.
Tremble before fast.
Did I just die? Holy shit. I totally missed what happened. Oh, she sucked the shit out of me.
I will not make the same mistakes again.
rise.
Let's go. I don't see the other abilities doing anything. I'm not seeing the animations. Oh no, I'm about to die, shit. Okay. I feel like they need to nerf Wanda, but only when she's against me. Not when I'm actually playing her.
Yggdrasil's roots are suffering. Faster!
Bring on the chaos. Rise, my friends.
Come on. What is this? What does this do? Can I go back around?
Rest once more.
Cause I'm that bitch that goes around and
Pulse charge.
get some people. Is there a way out of here? No. Like, why would you build this room? There's no way to get around them. Okay.
This is real firepower.
This bitch keeps coming for me. Girl, you better watch it. Like, look how far up I am. She shouldn't. I don't think she should be able to get to me that far. And now she just is killing me because I just whooped the ass last time. And now I'm gonna whip the ass again.
Don't mind me.
Heads up. Hostiles.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Maximum.
Oh. Shit. Oh, bitch, she got me, but I got them really good with that fucking ultimate. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I can't believe it's already 9:30. Come on. Y'all should have made a move if there was only 3 people left. Like, that should have moved faster. What are y'all doing?
Rise, my friend!
They're on your tail.
He's strong. Pulse charge. Fire. Nobody can hang with the boss.
Hostiles
You're dangerous.
Oh, bitch, I sniped the shit out of her just now.
Someone scratch my back.
Did we get it? Did we get it? Yes! Yes! Still not an MVP. Also, it looks like they also didn't take that feedback that I gave them, that they should have like a moment that shows us why they're the MVP. Like, cause to me, bitch, I got some triple kills up in there with my ultimate. Why is that person the MVP? Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot I had that cool Spider-Man skin too. Please. I think I have to go to my other game and
Heroes could make all the
enable it.
difference.
Who should I be now? Let's do Star-Lord. Star-Lord!
Might as well be me.
Ugh, I love the artwork of everything. Like, even the background looks amazing. Oh yeah. I wonder if they're gonna make like a PvE element to it, because they're like basing this off of this whole story of like time quantum entanglement. So it would be nice if listen.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Imagine
Stay strong.
that they pull off what Overwatch, which has been a game that's been around for years, cannot pull off, which was to have a meaningful and good PvE element to their game. That would literally
The battle
chippity
starts in
chop
5,
Overwatch.
3.
2, 1.
You have to stop them
Okay.
from securing the mission area.
I do, at least for today's stream, I do want to play I want to play every character at least once. I don't remember any of the Oh, I'm already dead. Damn, that group was kicking my ass. Oh, because they was comboed up, honey babushka. There we go. Okay. I had to remember what all these things are and what they do in this setting, because I was so used to doing it on keyboard. Bye, bitch. Where's the other one? No? Okay. Like, look at this Magneto design. Does he have... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Is there somebody back here? I feel like somebody's always hitting me.
You needed some help, didn't you?
Bitch! What is... He has so much shield on him? Come on. I just cleared the shit out of them. He is mad. Ow! What was he even doing to me? Okay, he was poking me with those centrals.
No stopping the Star-Lord.
Oh shit. Also, this feels really smooth, like really good. Just like the PC version. Like, it feels like bye, bitch.
Way more than I should have.
Exactly. You shouldn't have touched me like that.
Pulse charge. Fire.
Where are they? Oh. I don't even remember. I don't remember what his ultimate does. Yeah, destroy that bridge. Destroy the building! Oh. Oh, that's what I forgot. He had like these super shooting. Get him! Get him! I mean, I'm like in love with this game. I'm never gonna play another game again. This is like my dream. Oh.
Did you see that?
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, you almost had me, bitch. Bye. Bye. Where are they? Where are you? Oh my god, he was so close.
Down to 30 seconds.
I'm also really excited that I'm gonna have like footage of this. I only got one really good video of me team wiping these people with what is happening right now? No. Team wiping them with the
Final 10 seconds.
oh. I did that. Where's the power thing? Why is this person called Broccoli getting that MVP when y'all saw me wiping the hell out of these people? Okay, that's one more round it. Who should I be now? I think I'm gonna do Punisher. Punisher! Look at that. I don't even know who that is. Is that like a Galactus version of Spider-Man?
The right heroes could make all
Requesting
the difference.
Iron Man? Okay, take Iron Man. I don't care.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Exactly. So like, I still have a little footage of me playing him, but I only got one really good video of these two ultimates that I did with Scarlet Witch that literally did team wipes. And it's really interesting when she does her ultimate because it's so loud. There's all these guns, everybody's powers going off, and then you just hear complete silence every time you wipe out a team. She's very much like, it's very much like a diva ultimate. Like you can wipe out a team. It has a pretty wide range of damage. So
Stay strong.
okay.
Wow, you look tough.
You look like you belong.
Oh, I'm over here just standing here like I got nothing else to do.
I'm a singer.
I don't listen to music. I punish criminals.
Ooh,
We are in the right place for that. Let's go.
I don't remember.
The battle
I don't
starts
remember
in five,
any of the power
4,
sets.
3, 2, 1.
Like, and there's like all this space. There's so many things. Oh my god, look at that Captain America image.
This polluted future is washed from the
Oh shit. Shit. Oh, I almost had that little bitch. He is he's like a little fucking tracer. Like, he just moves around like fucking crazy.
I re-upped.
I wish it was a faster way. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Shit. I just wanted to get to the point faster. Okay, Luna, you do that.
I'm hunkering down.
Shit. Shit! He was literally taking it right. Like right to the face. He should have died. He should have died.
I'm not done
I promise I'm okay with Punisher, okay? Get that little bitch. He's really hard to fight. He's just like all over the place. He's like a Lucio, actually. Oh yeah. It also feels really satisfying when in.
I shut down rocket beacon.
Be nice. I literally feel like I hear one of them say, "Look out behind me" when I'm already dead.
But not today.
Oh no 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 no. Jump on that damn point. Stop it from moving. No.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Now I got this.
Bitch.
Choice, kid.
Am I about to die? Okay. Let's go get some healing. He tried it. He really tried it. Oh no. Oh. They got that right in the face. There's somebody up there, I think.
Oh no! Look behind you! I am ready to put on a show!
I literally didn't do anything with that.
Please, can you come back?
Bored again!
Oh.
They are coming from behind!
Someone scratch my
What is that?
They've made it halfway! Stop them!
Damn it. Damn it.
Better stop that vehicle!
Someone scratch my back!
This is one of those things that I'm like, why is my team so far back? Like, we don't need to be that far back.
Hell unleash!
Unleash!
Still a chance to stop them!
Where did...
I'm good to go.
Better stop that vehicle! They hit a checkpoint!
Judge!
Now might be a
Jury!
good time to stop them!
Executioner!
Nah, yeah, I better run. Yeah, I better fucking run.
I'll patch you up. Hey, full charge!
Something hitting me. Something hitting me.
Stop them in their tracks.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Ah!
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
Oh shit, somebody revived me.
I'm just dying. Smoke up. Bogey's coming up behind. The Portal Army is shut down. Out of the infirmary. Need some ranged firepower.
What is happening? Holy shit.
Better stop that vehicle.
But where is my team doing right now?
This is real!
Kill him. Where is he getting this extra healing from? Shit. Oh, I didn't even see Rocket Raccoon has that damn thing up.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Wait, where am I? How do I get out?
Put on a show.
Rise, my friends!
Okay, come on.
Don't give them another
Pulse charge on fire! I'm good to go.
Oh my god, kill him. Where is he? Is he dead?
Enjoy the amplifier! Better get a look behind you.
Where is everybody? I cannot fucking tell what's happening right now.
help, friends.
Smoke up.
Bye, bitch.
This is a nice
Keep touching me.
Enemies are here.
battlefield ready again.
Oh, okay, drums.
Judge, jury, executioner! Night Rover.
Yes. Bitch! Had enough! Who's still touching me?
Aw, the twig's all grown up. You're welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome, son.
Let me help. Stop them in their tracks.
Rocket's revival is over. More bad guys. Just what we need. Burn it now. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
No! I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck. Oh, yes, thank you.
They're coming from behind.
What is that? What is happening to me right now?
Real firepower!
Who's touching me?
I am ready to put on a show.
Rise, my friends! I'm good to go. Pulse charge, fire! Burn it! Turret mode, locked.
Nah, bitch. You came here to try to outdo me and my own character? No.
Stop them in their tracks.
Okay, hello. I feel like that needs to do like damage and not just.
Heavy weapon.
Down to 30 seconds. Friends, gather around.
Nah, they really trying. Ah!
10 seconds.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Keep fighting until we have a
Who else wants it? Bitch. Nah, you're done. You're done.
If I want some bullshit, I'll drive to your motherfucking window, Queen. So don't come up here and place your order with me.
Oh, and I got it. Oh my god, I got MVP. Yes. Yes. Okay, I was not playing with those ultimates. Those were team wipes. Team wipe. Oh my god, I'm so proud of myself. Guys, I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who do I want to be now? Let's do some Spider-Man.
I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Only my neighborhood is now like
It's time.
Cool, right?
It's also kind of, I don't know, it's like interesting that this game is based around Spider-Man, but they don't make it. It's not like I mean, it's obviously not blatant because it's not in the title of the game, but everywhere else is like pretty. Oh. Okay, this is new because I haven't seen this. I don't think it's a new map. Is this a new map? Is it a new map?
Get ready.
Let's test my stuff. Okay. The swing. Oh my god.
Wait, isn't that
Uppercut. So he has a web throw, an uppercut, and a web swing.
Either way, we're together now. What do you say we hit the webs?
Okay, this Penny Parker thing, this basically heals them if they stay on it. Like they create their own web healing.
Here comes trouble.
Oops, I did not mean to do that. I don't even know where to go. What vehicle? Oh.
Behind you, my friend.
Ah, I'm stuck. Oh my god, I didn't even know what I was doing right now. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. She's gonna be a...
Back in the swing.
Exactly as I expected.
Too many to fight right now.
What is my other... Oh. I'm like, what are my other hitting things? Why don't I have anything to hit with right now?
I'm not a vengeful
Okay.
person, but today I'll make an exception.
Here they are. The fools center of the
Oh! Oh my god!
I am barely harmed.
Swiping the shit out of me right now.
Back in the swing phase.
Whee!
Spider Fist is ready to punch.
Oh, I took out somebody. I took out somebody. Oh. Oh, twin!
I'll patch you up.
Oh, yeah. He just has so much mobility and it's kind of like just crazy.
We are undefeatable.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh, that was really extremely dumb. Because I was far enough away to not get killed by that. And I literally. Oh my gosh, she's just taking the fucking shit out of me right now.
I'm not a vengeful person, but today I'll make an exception.
Oh yeah.
I am no longer in control.
Watch out, they're headed our way. We'll get you there, Spider Zero.
Oh.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Yeah, bitch. Damn it. Okay, I got 2 people out.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I really like the name of his sound. I don't know if we're supposed to be moving it or if we're... Oh, I forgot that there was a kick.
We are undefeatable! Spider mode! Yeah! Only 60 seconds left!
Oh, no, I wasn't getting caught in that shit again.
Round and pound!
Bye!
Given so many chances to shine.
Round and pound!
Yeah.
Get that vehicle moving again! Down to 30 seconds!
Now I gotcha! Not much time left!
Oh, yeah. Okay. I feel like I was definitely better with him than...
Final 10 seconds!
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh, that's why. I'm like doing the wrong thing with this thing. No. Get away from me.
Ready to punch!
Oh, I forgot that's like a grapple.
Well,
Shit.
you can't expect to win them all.
Okay, okay. My first defeat. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, she was a bitch. She was a bitch. She was a bitch. Okay, who do I want to... I think now maybe we're just gonna go top down and just go through every character. Oh, actually,
The right heroes could make all the difference.
can I exit this? Sleeve game. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Okay. Who should we be? Let's do some Penny
I'm here
Parker.
to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
Okay, ads are supposed to roll in 3 minutes. Hopefully I can snooze them. And then we can do some ads after this. Look at that, look at that. Look at Asgard, son.
Controlling my suit is small, but fierce. Just like me. He'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay
Okay.
strong.
There was that.
I'm counting on you, friends.
Oh shoot, I was supposed to be out there instead of playing with my little things.
I have been lost between realities for so long.
Oh yeah.
You'll always have a place with us in any universe.
That really sounds like RDJ.
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Sorry I'm late. Had to.
Mine's in place.
Call this back. You're welcome. Hey, the human host is down.
Bye.
Render me assistance.
This is gonna hurt.
Someone scratch my back.
I don't even remember. I don't remember what I'm doing. No, get him, get him, get him, get him. Get him, he's almost dead.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Okay.
Time for some fireworks.
Yeah, there we go.
Time for some fireworks.
Oh,
I am ready to put on a show. You know what to do, spiders?
oh, oh, holy shit. Bye.
Time for some fireworks. This is gonna hurt.
Get him, get him, get him, get him. Oh, I didn't even notice someone's killing me. Oh no, snooze. I almost missed that snooze.
They're back in action. Stop them.
Come on, we got this. My eyes are burning, burning. Oh, and I'm walking into a wall. Hello, what are you doing? Why are you standing out there, Iron Man?
Time for some fireworks. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Time for some fireworks. I am ready to put on a show. Stop that vehicle. You go back. I've got yours.
Hi.
Mine's in place.
No! Oh my god, somebody save me. Somebody save me.
A nice deep freeze. We're back in action.
What is my team doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I don't remember what the ultimate is, but now it's time. It is time to use it. Oh,
I am wounded. Oh, we just pulled out of the ocean.
You have my full support.
He stopped them in their tracks.
come on, biatch. Oh, there we go.
Win.
Let's move back. Let's move.
Mine's in place.
Oh, I forgot that. I'm like looking for the mine. I keep pressing R1 and I'm like, what is it? What is it? What am I doing?
Focus on the battle. Let's do some damage. Namor's brought in some pretty reinforcements.
Get in there. Born again!
It's spider time! Here's a cake, spider. Double KO.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I got some kills. We'll see where the rest of these ultimates are.
Don't count us out yet.
I will always love you, hate you. Ooh.
I am ready to put on a show.
Are you?
Bring on the chaos. All right.
The perfect hit.
Next, I'm taking requests.
Time for some fireworks.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Am I getting healed? Okay, yes. I'm stuck.
I need assistance.
No.
Only this is gonna hurt.
No, take him out, take him out, take him out, take him out, take him out. Oh, out.
Hostile ahead. Just pulled out of the ocean. Now who's the strongest?
Oh, I just wiped them. I just wiped them.
Them in their tracks.
Team kill.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh, I gotta snooze that again. Hold on. Oh my god, I could only snooze it one more time and then it happens. 20 seconds, y'all. 20 seconds. We got this.
The final 10 seconds. It's party time! I am ready to put on a show.
Oh.
Stop, spider.
Oh. Oh my god, I thought I was dead. Oh my, I thought I was dead already and I was just standing there. Oh.
Don't count us out yet.
Oh my lord. I could have won that for us.
There's still a chance to stop them. Lines in place. The engine is gonna hurt. Now my team to touch the bottom.
Ah.
Don't count us out yet.
Damn, we could have won that shit. I fucked that up. I fucked that up. Don't tell anybody. Don't look at me.
Born again.
But they're over here.
This is just one of your tricks, right, Orky? Lines in place. Whoever they are, they don't look friendly. It's now or never. Stop them. Whoa, those are some ink. Lines in place. The perfect hit.
Nah, I'm getting rid of you. Where else? Where else is where are they? Where are they? Moving that shit. Come on, people. Focus. Oh gosh. Oh, I have a lot of health.
Down to 30 seconds. He stopped them in their tracks.
You didn't even stand a chance, honey, Babushka. Yeah, I don't stand a chance. Yeah, I got that on video, honey, Babushka. Nah. You hulking out? Oh, what does that mean? We won. We won.
Another epic victory. Thanks.
should have been me, the real Iron Man. Okay guys, we're gonna take a break. I will be right back. I want to let these ads run so you don't miss any of the coolest gameplay you've ever seen. We'll be right back. Oh, okay. Are you here? Oh, you finally gonna let me in somewhere?
Does anyone want to
Thanks. What is this? Some kind of secret?
I'm gonna be really fucking annoyed.
Aw, Droney needs a break.
Dude, I have never been so fucking annoyed in my life. Like, I don't like... I'm just gonna say this right now, and I don't give a fuck. I do not like her traverse. It doesn't even feel like she's moving. Like... You're so full. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh! No. Oh, get up, get up, get up, get up. Open. Oh. See? Yeah, you saw me win. Everybody's seeing me win right now. This is a winning stream. We're winning here. It's only winners. Okay? Let's try a combo while that's happening. Oh, fuck, I missed that. Yes! Bitches! Oh my god. That bitch just pushed me off the fucking side!
Emotional damage.
From outside.
Oh, outside. I'm outside. Oh, what is this?
Roasting.
Oh, that is very cool.
Can you dodge this?
Bitch! Nah! Electo! I don't. Oh! Gosh darn it! No. Oh no. No, 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 no. What the fuck? Bam, bitch! Oh my god! Fuck! Oh my god, I need an alcoholic drink after. And we are back. Guys, I bought cheese sticks. I could literally eat the whole bag right now. Stream stardom. Okay. Let's do another round. We'll play somebody different. Oh, hey Siri, set 10-minute timer. So I remember to feed my dog, because I already forgot. I think I had his wet food that I usually get him at night. This little Caesar square.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
This light is really bright. No. Okay, let's do Magneto first.
No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
It's still really bright. I mean, I think it's...
Charles dreamed of a safe haven
Guess
for
that looks a
all
little bit better.
mutants. At last.
Okay.
In 30 seconds.
Oh,
Stay
defend.
strong.
I gotta move. Really far away from the mic.
What does Krakoa have to say about Doom and the time stream entanglement?
Chronovium has driven Krakoa insane. We have to figure it out on our own.
They already have so many characters, and the fact that they're releasing, they have so many more they can release. Like, there's no way they just mentioned Doctor Strange like that for no reason.
2,
1.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. Our enemies are here. Better stop that vehicle.
You cannot hurt me.
They made it halfway. Stop them.
Where is... Bitch.
Your attacks are futile. Has shifted in your favor,
Get him. Oh my lord. What is my team doing right now?
I will crush them all.
How does he keep getting his thing back so fast?
It seems we have company. Punisher made himself
I'm wounded. Who will help?
I flushed the Punisher into the open again.
Okay.
Maximum pulse!
Ooh. Ooh. I literally hit that just in time. Oh, snap. I don't even remember his power set. I don't know why I thought that was Adam Warlock. I mean, not Adam Warlock, Nova.
Real firepower!
Judge, jury, executioner!
I don't even know what the fuck I just said. Shit. Oh, my little puppy's staring at me. Like, feed me!
I shall not be
I feel like that switch to that scene is so abrupt. It hurts my heart. Oh, they're just moving us.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Yeah, it might be. It might be. It might be.
Maximum pulse!
Who's hitting me? Oh, I'm about to die. Oh shit, damn it. I just noticed I was going for the health pack. Just give me like 5 more seconds. 5 more seconds then. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get through all the characters today. And then we'll start maining some. Maybe we'll play some other one. Like we'll double some of them today. Like my Scarlet Witch. And my Storm. I feel like I'm missing something.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh shit, I thought I hit my shield fast enough. Bitch is just treating me like chopped liver. Where's the rest of my team though? Where's the rest of the team?
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Is there? They got 3 minutes, honey.
This is natural anger.
Be swift.
Bitch.
Born again!
Your powers are
I'm literally standing right here, son.
Exactly as I expected. I will crush them all.
Maximum!
Did you think he was gonna kill me and not get away with that?
When you had the chance.
Oh my god, the way I'm missing every fucking shot.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oops, let's go over here, shit. Shit. I don't really understand what his ultimate is. Oh, it's just like a big ball of damage. They was all there. They should all gotten hit.
My power cannot be quelled.
4 minutes. Where am I going? Damn. Damn. We can hold them down. This is like a really... It's like a really...
My power knows no limits.
Ooh.
Grateful I did not crush you with your own armor.
Oh.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Damn, this bitch is coming after me.
rise, my friends.
Get him, get him.
Be swift.
Rest once more.
Damn. Get him, get him.
Chin up.
You cannot hurt me.
Holy shit.
Real firepower.
They mad at me. They mad. Ooh. No, get it. What is everybody waiting for?
Again!
Ooh.
Was that truly your best?
Oh.
I will crush them all.
You stop them in their tracks.
There's somebody up there. Go got him. Go got him.
Chin up.
Maximum pulse!
Oh.
Magneto!
What is up there? It's flying like that. Oh my god. Oh shit. Hey Siri, stop. Oh shit. Come on, we got this. We've held them off for 2 minutes. We can do it in another 2 minutes.
My power cannot be
1 minute, puppy. 1 minute, puppy. Oh, he's staring at me. He's giving me the puppy eyes.
Only 60 seconds left.
False charge.
Oops, shit. Oh no, they're moving it. They're moving it. Get control of that shit again.
I don't think that's the weapons committee.
Oh.
I need assistance.
Oh, get this Scarlet Witch. Nah, bitch. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that? Oh. Oh. I got chopped at the news. You saw how it.
Mutants always rise again.
Warlock is here.
Oh my god, come on. Oh, we're in overtime. We got this.
Don't give them another inch. Or else.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Where is that coming from?
This is real firepower!
Oh shit.
Another epic victory.
Oh, I still won. We still won. We still won. I didn't even see a storm. But I didn't even see a storm. Was that not till the end? Let me go get my dog his food. I'll be right back. Okay, we back. I don't even know how to do an upvote. I didn't even like how to do that.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Okay, let's do. I was actually feeling Magneto. Let's do Doctor Strange.
Reality is but an illusion.
It's an illusion. Okay. Yeah, if I don't stop getting these political texts. I know my friend is mad because she did not get into it. And you know why? Because she forgot to sign up. Your own fault, dumbass.
With a few upgrades, that suit of yours could be unstoppable.
Unstoppable. Why do I still?
Organic tech. I can work with that. Wait, is it slimy?
Not as slimy as you, Stark.
Oh.
The battle starts in
Oh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh. Oh, wrong button.
Enemies on approach.
After all this time, it's nice to finally.
Blow up. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I think he needs more. Oh. What is hitting me like that? Did I get one? Yeah. Oh. Wow. Wow. Damn. That has a really big range.
The Sorcerer Supreme lives once more.
Okay, this is a new map, so this is like weird for me. What did you think you was doing, Spidey? Come on.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
I need to find a...
From the looks of it, a lot more unstable.
Like, I wonder what's gonna happen. Like, is an event gonna happen once this reaches a certain point?
I'm opening a portal.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
A shortcut through space.
The road beckons, and we shall not be deterred.
Oh, I'm about to die. Of course it's behind me. That's what already went in my butt. Oh, did she say mind your old business or mind your own?
There's another one down.
Something about that rift soon. Hopefully, while we still exist.
Life and destiny hang in the balance.
I purge the darkness.
Oh, you almost had me, bitch. You got snapped the nerd.
One step closer to saving the world.
Okay, we got this.
Pulse charge, fire! Pulse
Fire!
toot sweet.
But they're not even over here. Are they even trying?
We will guide Spider Zero to the Weaver.
Oh.
Rise, my friends!
Born again!
There's another one down.
Oh. Oh, shit. Okay.
Mind your own. Double KO.
I have
Get
unfinished
that vehicle
business
moving
here.
again.
Oh, we're almost there. I forgot what his ultimate does.
One step closer to saving the world.
Let's go in from behind.
Leave me, darkness. Spiders are not often our allies.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Oh.
Keep up the momentum.
Yeah, messed up. Yeah, messed up.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, I still got you. Ooh. God, this bitch is coming after me.
Enemy in front of us.
Now we guide Spider
Yeah.
straight into the shrine of the Weaver.
Come on. Oh. Oh. Oof. 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 Come on.
Do you see that?
Oh, this is an intense map. Oh! Okay, this person's really good with magic. Okay. She was a very tough character to get control of during the beta, especially on PC. I was not having it. We could be. Wait, can I break this thing?
Nothing catches me.
Life and destiny hang in the balance.
Enemies on approach. Rise, my friends!
Aren't you tired of me? I don't know what the fuck I was doing there.
Hands are shaking again. Focus.
Focus. We got this. Are they moving it back? Yo, this?
I underestimated you, Ileana.
So close. This is your big chance.
Enemy in front of us.
Oh, I'm like trying to figure out what that is. That's like her little demons.
Your powers are mine!
Letting the dark child out, I see.
Okay, come on. We got this. We got this.
Pulse charge, fire!
Get her. Oh my god. The games are going good. I think I only lost one game to be honest so far, so they're going good. How is work going?
No match for the Sorcerer Supreme.
How is the working going? Ugh, we're so close.
Spider Zero looks worried.
Can
We
I?
need to get there pronto.
Our
Get that vehicle moving again.
The beacon calls no one now.
Shit. Okay, at least I distracted them a little bit. Just played a little rivals myself, see how it felt compared to the beta. Are you playing it on PC? I played it on PC first, and then now I'm doing it on PlayStation because my PC was burning up when I played it. Although I am gonna try to do it on the on my PC because I just installed more RAM, so hopefully that will help.
Down to 30 seconds.
But it still feels really good. It feels good on the console too. I have an AMD. I have I think AMD Ryzen 5. Ooh. Ugh.
Final 10 seconds.
Yeah, this was the first game that I was like, and I only had 16 gigabytes of RAM in it before. And my computer was burning up. And my stream could not handle it. So I got more RAM.
Your powers are mine!
So now it has, I think, like 48. Oh, finally. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, I lost. Damn it. My second loss of the night. Yeah, when I initially started playing the beta, it had said, like right from the get-go, when it like loads the shaders, it was like, you don't have enough memory. And I was like, what does that even mean? Like, are you talking about storage memory? Are you talking about RAM? That's 16 gigabytes of RAM, but I think it says that it's like recommended 12. So then I just got some RAM for Prime Days and I was like 48. So I might test it, not necessarily on stream, just off stream to see how it handles on my system better. Do you have an Intel or you have an AMD? I feel like I'm always surprised to find out people's setups because I always think that they have something that they don't. Well, I had 16 before and then I just got 32. Yeah, 48 is a weird number. Because I didn't want to just double it, so I didn't want to just do another 16. Who am I doing?
I am Groot.
Let's do that, I guess.
I am Groot.
You have 2 8s and 2 16s.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I probably could have just redid all of them, but
I am happy to see you too. And happy we will be in this battle together.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
what am I doing? Okay.
See them? Right there.
Right where?
I like the cold.
Oh shit. Oh.
Keep your distance from the spider net.
Oh, did not. Oh, you're always better off using the same memory for the best optimization, so you should use 2 16s. That's good to know. I need to look into it. If it's still like cheap enough, then I might just switch them out. I was thinking that because you don't hear people saying like, oh, you have 2 16s. Like, oh, I have 48 gigs of RAM. That should have done damage.
I underestimated you, Liliana. I need assistance.
Who needs assistance? Oh shit. Somebody behind us?
Keep your distance from the spider nest.
Yeah, I'm gonna look to see if I can do something about that. Maybe I can just save the other RAM for something else.
I like the cold.
Get this one. Damn. 32 gigs is all you need right now. You can always get 16 more.
A nice deep freeze. I am wounded.
That's true.
Friends, gather around.
I just feel like maybe it's probably my settings, but my stream just like freezes a lot. I think doing that OBS analyzer helped a lot because it was just constantly freezing, crashing. Ooh. Hi, Michael. Welcome back. Ooh. How was your trip home? shit. Oh, it only does it for the first time in. What are you talking about, Michael?
That's 3.
Oh, damn it. It was good the sunflower seeds I sowed have really been coming to life, so I poked around in the backyard before dinner. I'm showered and now volcanoing. Oh, nice. Bye. Get him.
A nice deep freeze.
I underestimated Liliana.
Get him. Holy shit.
To be helpful.
Oh yes. The Xena yell. Shit.
That's for
It
sure.
only happens the first time so that I remember to keep looking at chat.
Some help, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
A spider infestation? How unpleasant.
I just realized I also have to figure out how... I gotta remember which things I put it in the RAM too. Oh, come on. She's almost dead. Oh. Oh, yeah. Should have done that. Oh, that's Dina. That went over my head. I feel like a lot of people don't know that. It's been so long since we've had Xena anywhere. Oh, got chip chopped. Yeah.
Break the cage.
Oh, it's too far away. I thought I was throwing something, but I'm not. I'm actually stretching my arm.
A spider infestation.
Only 60 seconds left.
Our enemies are here.
Feel the wrath of the goddess! Born again! Your powers are mine!
Oh shit.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh shit. What was that? Oh.
Good guys next time.
Oh. Oh.
The final 10 seconds.
Nah, yeah, getting wiped.
Self-guided fireballs?
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Get him. Get him. Oh shit. Shit. Come on. We should be done already. Why is everybody so far back? Oh, the robot is moving.
That made it halfway! Stop them!
Oh. Did we just knock him out? Did we get him? Oh. Oh, I just chopped her with that, that building. Oh my god, I just love this artwork so much. Okay, Wanda Freckles, I didn't see that last time. Oh, we're almost at level 6. New survey. Oh, I got a lot of achievements. Let's go look at the achievements. Okay. Damn, okay. Okay. Wow. Wow. Let me get all my achievements. Let's see. Finisher. Let me fill this out. Well, I'll fill this out later. Because I don't know if it's going to take me out of the game. I don't know if I get to keep this stuff. Oops. Wait, did I take it? I don't think I took it. I did take it. Oh, boot camp stuff I got too. There we go. Who else? Oh, I haven't even done Iron Man. We're gonna do Iron Man next too. Achievements, boot camp. Yes. Give me all the monies. All the monies. Boot camp, okay. Star-Lord. Oops, not that. Season. Events. Preview. Did I get this? Oh, look at this. Level 2, level 6. Oh, a cool Rocket Raccoon skin. I don't even know what level I am right now. 6. No, I'm at level 5. Wait, what is this? A blue... I don't know if I want a blue Venom. Where's my other skins? Where's my Scarlet Witch skin? Oh, there we go. I'm like, what is happening? Why is this locked? Why does it say I'm only at level 2? Oh, I gotta get purple stuff. Okay. Let's find another match. Who am I gonna do now? I think it's time to do Venom. I think it's that time. Who needs healing? We're not even playing. Why do you need healing? Storm is in it. Magic. Yes. Storm, Magic. Wanda, kind of. Oh no, somebody took Venom already. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's do Iron Man, and then we'll...
I never wanted to be Iron Man, but it worked out for everybody.
Damn. Not everybody's gonna be playing those characters, so it's gonna be harder to get to them too. It's kind of weird that they have Adam Warlock as a support character. Like, he definitely should be a damage.
Trudy's going to get this all sorted out. All I have to do is build her.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Also, the flying feels really good in this game with all the characters.
That suit of yours could be unstoppable. It is not a suit. Symbiotes are living beings. Organic tech. I can work with that. Wait.
Is that a troll? Is that a Pokemon?
The battle starts in 5.
Love that Storm is in it. Super excited for the Marvel Fighting Collection coming out.
Don't forget.
Do I know what you're talking about?
Is your top priority.
Oh, I don't want to go that way. What do you mean the Marvel Fighting Collection?
Like lambs to the slaughter.
I'm glad I got that. Oh, my low. I am wiping them out right now. Wipe. Damn, I just wiped the shit out of them. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that that person comes falling out.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh, I am. I just happen to be looking one.
Hi Taffy, how are you? Oh my god, we have to talk. Have you played yet? Oh my god, I'm so itchy. Marvel vs. Capcom, X-Men versus Street Fighter. Oh. Did I hear about that? Am I just like bugging? I have a system that like I bought from my nephew and he never plays it. That has the old like I don't know if it's X-Men versus Capcom. Yes, they buffed my Namor. I still have not played barely any of the supports. So tonight my goal is to at least play each character once. Because I played Luna once, I think I played Namor once, and I played Mantis once. And that was about it. I still haven't played the new characters yet either. I haven't done... I still haven't done Venom and Adam.
This is real firepower!
Oh yeah. Oops, I didn't even see what was going on. I played some Venom earlier. He's very fun. I screamed when it was announced I'm getting for all consoles. It's gonna be it's been locked away for so long. I need to look into that. Cause I would play it. I got the it's like an I don't remember. I think it's X-Men versus Capcom game. That was like an old school game. Like an arcade game that it has like the space and soul stones and all those stones in it, and then it has this character called Blackheart. That's all I know, but I have that game, but my nephew never wants to play it. Oh yeah. He thought it was gonna have me just now. I don't know what he thought he was doing.
So close.
Taffy, did you play it again on PC? Did you notice if you got the key? I don't see my Scarlet skin, my Scarlet Witch skin, so I don't know what that was. Oh! Yeah, so it's the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. Yeah, I have like a stick that has it. It's so hard to play it on this. It's like one of those gaming sticks that has like, what, like 600 games on it or whatever. I didn't even know it was going to be on there. But the minute I saw it, I was like, oh my god, I missed this game so much. And it looked like it only had specific characters. I added you as a friend. Oh, there we go. It's orange. She's orange. Oh, I was like, there's nothing here. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Oh my god, my first friend. Right now? Do you want to jump on? You can jump on.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who do I want to do? Oh shit, I had the chance to pick him and I messed it up. Let's do Hella.
No one escapes hell.
Oh no, somebody already picked her. Ah. Okay, let me do magic.
I have mutant powers and a little demonic magic too.
See, I need to cosplay her. I need to cosplay this. I just gotta get a 6-pack first. Yeah, she looks so good. She was very hard to
Probably the Russian in me.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
she was hard to master in the
Wow, you look tough.
What happened to the other one? She was hard to master on a computer for me. I played her once. It took me like a little bit. Oh, I'm supposed to be defending. I'm not even supposed to be just hanging out in here.
The battle starts in 5,
Fail.
4, 3,
Fail.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I'm gonna get my ass whooped really fast for her. I don't even remember what the cooldown is. Oops. I didn't even know what was going on just now. Oh.
You're not rid of me yet.
Not yet. Ooh, 10 minutes. Okay. After this game, I'm gonna run some ads. Oh, I forgot I had that ability. Dun, 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 dun.
Explosive spiders?
Damn, I'm already dead. I even get a hit in. What even killed me?
That's 3.
You're not rid of me yet.
Oh, that was weird. Demon's Rage. Oh.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Come, my minion. Charge.
No. Oh my god. She was so close to being dead just now. Not Mantis taking me out.
You're not rid of me yet.
The bullshittery. Okay, climate change. That was so close. That's crazy. Okay. Where is he? Bitch. No. Oh my god. She's gonna take getting some getting used to. But she could be a main if I work hard enough. Right now it's Scarlet Witch and Storm. Star-Lord. Punisher.
I'm hulking out.
You'll
right? Someday.
Oh, dude, I barely got a hit in. How were they hitting me? Oh,
Spider-Man gone? Maximum pulse!
oh no! I just wasted my fucking ult. Why am punching me in the butt? Didn't even ask for consent. Punch me in the butt. Oh shit, what is happening?
Better stop that vehicle!
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
I am ready to put on a show! There's still a chance to stop them!
What it keeps exiling me? Oh shit. Her hair is a herbal essence commercial. I don't even know what that is. I've never even seen that power.
Now might be a good time
That
to stop
exiled power. There we go.
It's the grand finale! We are undefeatable!
Oh my god, I'm getting my ass white. Did you stream it, Safi, or you just played?
Better stop that vehicle!
Yeah, better stop that vehicle, because I've had enough. Oh, they're so close. Oh. Did I just kill him? Bitch.
Gets things done.
Had enough. Had enough of you. She's actually really strong if you hit her enough. Just play. Oh shh. Oh, I got revived. Oh my lord. I need to use my ultimate. I like that, like OW you can clip from history. Does it have this? Yes, it does have that. I do wish though that it showed the clip, because it just like shows the MVPs and it's like, well, why were they MVP? You know what I mean? I think it should be like shown at the end of the match when they announce who the MVP is. Oh, but nobody was here. I'm just gonna move her back while they stand over there.
I'm hurt.
I'm hurt.
We are undefeatable!
Oh.
You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
I'm more dangerous.
Oh yeah. Oh. Oh.
Behold, exile! Judge, jury, executioner!
Did I die already? Holy shit. I didn't even get to do anything with that. Oh.
I am the god. Better stop that vehicle! Don't give them another inch! Or else.
Oh my god, we gotta hold them off for 2 more minutes. I was doing pretty okay today. I've only lost 2 matches.
Enjoy the amplifier!
I'm hurt.
Damn it, damage. Oh, I can only choose this once. Okay, well this match is almost over.
Back from limbo.
Back from limbo.
Hell unleashed!
Okay.
I'll take good care of those guys.
Oh my god, she's like getting wiped out really fast.
Double kill! That's 3! Only 60 seconds left.
Oh no, stop them. Stop them. Stop them! Oh my god, somebody stand in front of the payload.
We are undefeatable!
Judge, jury, executioner!
Damn it. Damage.
Down to 30 seconds.
No, did I lose? Did I lose?
You can't expect to win them all.
Okay. Okay guys, let me run these ads and I also have to use the bathroom. And I will be right back. Taffy, let me know if you wanna play. I'll be right back. Oh fuck my life.
Before we get started, does anyone want to get out?
Like the people that come up with these character designs. Just be real quiet. Don't get caught. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Run. Oh my god, I'm gonna get caught. I'm gonna get caught. Oh. I was nowhere near that. Bitch. Bitch! Damn. Or helping me, just giving me clues like this is a place to look for the hat. I don't have that person here now. Why do I feel like I don't want to touch that teddy bear? Can I go here? No. I feel like this is a trap. Like I'm gonna fall through the floor. Okay, that was even worse than I thought. Okay. Not this little kid. Yo, this is fucking crazy. Bitch, what you looking at? Get the fuck out of my face. Man to cleanse. We'll learn how to fight too, right? Naturally. You will spend your days training and studying, but most importantly, sewing. Sewing? Oh my god. It's like trying to literally pull on the rope to re-engage what I thought was the trap.
Back rolls.
Bitches! Oh my god. That bitch just pushed me off the fucking side!
Emotional damage!
Yeah. So my method is to let everybody kill themselves and then you just go, okay, we are back. Hold on, Taffy, let me. First I have to change the setting because I turned off. Oh, that was weird. That was really weird. Hold on one second. I think that was just a drift in my controller. Hello? I don't know if you can actually be able to hear me, Taffy. You might be able to hear me through the game though. Okay, let's go. Taffy, you're the first person to play a game with me on stream. You have unlocked that achievement. Wait, are we already in... What's happening right now? Why is it not letting me start the game? Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, that works. Can I do that too? Let me turn it back off.
Or villain, I'm not judging.
Okay, 1 minute. Yeah, because literally my first game I was just hearing somebody random. Okay, let's do Venom. First time playing Venom. Where's Taffy? Mantis. Have you been playing a lot of support in this game, Taffy? I also realized that you probably can't type that much because we're actually gonna play the game. Oh, you have a daily to do heals. Most of you doing DPS. Okay. Okay, let's see what he has.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Okay, that's a swing. Holy shit. That was intense.
Your heaviest weather. Manifest your soul sword and let's get going.
Okay.
Everything most decidedly does not happen for a reason.
Taffy. I think every time I played a healer, I just got my ass whooped so fast.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
If saving this universe means slaughtering our god, so be it.
We're okay.
Enemy in front of us.
Look, here is an enemy. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I'm surprised I didn't die just now. No, I keep pressing the wrong button. Oh, he is definitely OP. Wow, those tendrils are no joke.
Really like her armor.
Oh yeah?
Wanda was a mighty power.
Okay. Oh.
They're on your tail.
Let them be on my tail. Okay. Oops, I keep hitting the wrong button. Oh snap. I don't know what this other button is.
This is real firepower!
Shit.
I'll patch you up. Team play! That's me! Behold! The shot!
Okay. I feel like I went off the point for like 2 seconds and they like immediately got it. I also have this button that I don't know what it does. Oh, she just got whooped. Okay, he is actually a lot of fun to play.
Just what we needed.
Oh, now I got the ultimate. Why can't I move? Oh, damn, there was no getting away from that. Or else I just slapped the hell out of my face on my mic.
Double KO.
Double KO. Oh no. Oh, we were only 3% away from getting it.
Capture progress has passed the halfway point. This is gonna hurt.
Keep your distance from the Spider-Man.
Chin up.
You're welcome.
Let him get him.
I am ready to put on a show. We'll have to keep fighting until we have it.
This is real firepower!
Enemy in front of us.
Friends, gather around.
Hurricane incoming!
Oh no! It's spider time!
Nope. It's not spider time. Get her. We got this, we got this, we got it, we got it. Oh yeah. Air horn.
Oops. Winning.
Okay, he is actually a lot of fun to play.
We were once called the villain, but now the universe will see the hero we truly are.
God, they did so good with this. I also feel like this is the same game. This is the same people that made, in some way, made Once Human, because this is also NetEase games. And for them to make this and Once Human, deliver them in the same year, insane.
The battle starts in 5,
4.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We fight for the survival of worlds.
Oh, I haven't played on this map yet. Well, during the beta, but not since I started today. Oh yeah. Oh shit.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
No, oh my god, I hit my button. I was hitting it the whole time. I don't know what this new freezing power thing is. I've never seen that before. Yes, let's get that. I'm coming back now.
We are on our way to victory.
Mantis, that wasn't very empathetic.
Okay, maybe they're coming from this side.
Oh, they do not look happy.
Hurricane incoming!
Oh yeah, I just wiped the shit out of them. No. Oh. She almost had me. She almost had me. Is she dead? She dead. What is shooting at me? They're mad right now. They are.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Friends, gather around.
Catch my back. I unleash the Messiah.
They got behind you.
Glory's almost yours! Chin up!
Judge, jury, executioner.
Oh shit! I didn't even realize my extra shield went off.
Judge, jury, executioner. We have returned.
No, don't lose it. Oh, we got it. We got it.
You'll have to keep fighting until we get there.
This is
I almost had my ultimate. Bye.
We are undefeatable!
They've spotted us.
Look behind you!
Hey, Dee! Join the amplifier! Hurricane incoming! Don't mind me.
Oh. Yes. Me and Taffy's first win together.
Another epic victory! Big win!
I didn't even see a Doctor Strange. Wait, are you the leader, Taffy? There we go. Okay. Okay. I was wondering, I was like, I don't see the option to start a new game.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Okay, it's time to do Adam Warlock.
Peace to this universe, no matter the
Oh.
cost.
We could do one after this. That's fine. I saw that there was an option for other modes, but I don't even remember those other modes being in the beta, the other one. So I don't even know what they are. Ugh, looks so beautiful. Oh, team up activated.
I'm simply a man who wishes to use
Did you ever play X-Men Legends?
Get ready.
I wish that these team ups were like X-Men Legends. I'm not sure why it seems like they only limited to three people. Three people team ups. So I'm not sure why there's not like a 6-person one. Like why isn't there a thing like if everybody picks a person from the Guardians of the Galaxy, why isn't there some sort of team up for that?
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I don't even know what any of my powers are. Okay. What is that? I don't know what I just did. Okay. But you're welcome, because I see you guys, everybody has an aura around them. Oh.
Hostile ahead. Help, friends.
This is gonna hurt.
Oh.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh, I just like pressed the button and did it by accident. Oh, I saved myself.
I must disable this turret before it is late.
Shit.
Mission area is yours.
Oh no, look behind you.
Okay. Oh, I am really bad at him. How's Prince been? He's been really good. We took him. Went to the vet on Thursday, and they said he's healing nicely. None of his attitude or anything, nothing like that has changed. His appetite definitely hasn't changed. I would say the only thing that changed is that he seems to sleep longer.
Quantum magic. Battlefield ready again. Your souls united.
Oh shit, I just got my ass whooped. Thank you for asking. Yeah, he's been good. He just like sleeps like not as restless, I feel like. And maybe he was restless that whole time because he was like in pain. But now like if I take him on my bed, he sleeps the whole night on my bed. Whereas before he did not do that. Shit.
We are in this together. Your souls united at once. I'm good to go. Healing power.
Oh my god, I just died trying to save that person. Like, why are you trying to fight that turret?
Control C's.
Destiny awaits.
Yeah, I didn't notice it. I just feel like was like restless because he just moves around a lot like all the time. But like today, I couldn't even get up for a good like 3 hours at work because he was just like laying on my lap. Oh my god.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Okay, oh my god, I'm getting my ass whooped.
I feel stronger than ever.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Born again!
Oh my god.
This together.
I don't even know what I'm doing. I feel like he needs more defenses. I'm surprised they made him a support character. I feel like he's like not a support character. I feel like it's an odd choice. Oh, everybody's dead. Don't go in, Penny. Don't go in, Penny. Okay. Okay. I have my ultimate. I don't even know what my ultimate does though.
I feel stronger than ever.
Look behind you.
Quantum magic.
Born again!
Okay, there we go.
We are in this.
They're coming after me.
This is real firepower!
You're doing better than they are.
You were a beacon of hope.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have
Shit. Yeah, I'm happy that we did it and got it over with. Because I've definitely noticed a difference in how he's going to the bathroom. Oh no! Oh no! Somebody jump on that point.
gather around.
I'm also feeling taffy.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh my lord. Shit, I'm just getting my ass whooped. I don't know, it's hard to play with him. Gosh darn it. I wish I could see. I died 9 times. What? I don't know what that means. I don't know what the hand holding means.
Consumed by darkness.
Yeah, that was close. I don't even know what his ultimate does. Can I see that on here? No.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh, what does that do? Oh, here we go.
Should tell my sister that.
Somehow I don't think she's
Okay, bouncing energy. Oh, karmic revival. Oh, this is like Mercy's when she used to have that one where she could revive multiple members at the same time.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
Just as I forged a nation, I shall wield a weapon fit for a king.
Oh? You could have used a portal for us.
Our enemies are near.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Focus on the back.
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Oh no. Shit. Shit.
I'm doing this my way!
Did we get it? Did we get it? Oh no, we didn't get it. Damn it. And everybody's about to die because of my...
Healing power. You are not alone.
My strength
Battlefield ready again.
Oh shit. I walked right into that thinking the fight was somewhere else.
This is real firepower!
Help, friends.
Your powers are mine!
by the eye of Agamotto!
This shield will serve me well.
Oh, I'm coming. Shit.
Healing power. You are not alone. The cosmos
Your
heals
team's
you.
capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Look behind you.
Holy shit. I'm definitely sucking at healing in this game.
Render me assistance.
Double KO.
There's still so much to do.
We are only given so many chances to shine.
I just realized I also had another thing set up and I never used it.
They've almost got it.
Oh, I'm already about to die. Where's my healing factor?
Immeasurable damage.
Healing power. Stronger together.
We need to get on that point. And I got killed for trying to go to the freaking points.
Well, you can't expect
Emotional damage!
Also, at anybody lurking or anybody hanging out, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. I really hope the sound is good. What are the other modes? SVP. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
Let me help.
we are undefeatable.
LOL Adam Sandler.
Help, friends. You don't have to
It sounded good.
fight better.
No, you know why? Because like 2 days ago I had a whole bunch of people in here and I don't know if they could tell when I was watching the VOD back there was double sound on the VOD. And then I played something else the next day and there was nothing wrong with the audio, so I don't know what the hell that is. Yes, we had an Adam Sandler on our team. Oh, I missed that. Wait, is this a different path? I mean a different mode? Or are we still doing quick play?
The right heroes could make all
Who else? Let me. Oh, I like Rocket Raccoon. A quick plate. Okay. Shh. Yeah, I tried Luna once and I was like, and I thought I was gonna be really good with her because I saw my friend playing her, but that's just because my friend is good.
We guard the galaxy, sure, but sometimes we take stuff other people
Come
are
through, Storm.
guarding.
Coming in 30 seconds.
Oh shit, we're supposed to be moving over.
You're my favorite, you know?
Dash, okay.
Hero. As a role model, I mean. Did you really go time traveling with Krakoa?
I did. And as soon as we fix what Doom did, I'm going back.
I hope they do some, like, I was mentioning earlier, I really hope that they do what Overwatch could not do and add a PvE element to this game.
It seems we have
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Somebody hitting us from behind.
No escaping us now. Better stop that vehicle. That one hurts.
Oh my god, I'm throwing my balls and they're just kind of standing in front of me for some reason. I feel like they used to bounce, they had more bounce to them before.
They made it halfway. Stop them.
Damn. Damn.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Okay.
You're welcome.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
More dangerous.
Enemies on approach.
Holy shit. I don't remember getting my ass whipped so much last time when I played Rocket.
Double KO.
Things are
Better
gonna
stop that
be different
vehicle.
this time. This is real firepower.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
You're ready for action.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Where's my other person?
That vehicle. Strong together.
There we go.
Pulse charge. Fire. 3. The hard way.
There we go. We got some bouncing going on. Somebody coming in behind us.
Pulse cannon recharge.
I'm extra lethal.
Oh yeah. Somebody's coming in behind us, I think.
Sorry. They spotted us. Escaping us now. You stop them in their tracks.
Where are they? Where art thou?
for mutant kind.
I like the code.
I'll patch you up.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
No, oh shit. Fucking fuck.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Launch it again.
Hurricane incoming.
It's the grand finale.
Oh, we got 5 minutes.
I don't have to be center stage.
Faster, my friends.
I just got more dangerous.
I think there's somebody behind us again. Damn it. Chaos!
I'm back.
No. Don't stop.
Mantis is ready to strike. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. They can't defeat the wind and thunder.
Fucking hurt.
Chin up.
Oh my god. Getting my ass whooped.
You need me. That's not that vehicle.
Ah, you ain't got rid of me yet.
Tremble at Heller's approach.
Damn, 6 minutes? We gotta hold them off for 6 minutes.
It seems we have company.
It's now or never.
I'll
Stop
patch you
them. Anger is healthy.
I made fun of her, but she was a good friend. This is real firepower.
Healing.
See?
Why would I need healing?
You're welcome.
Don't give them another inch, or else. Beware. An
Come on. Oh,
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
come on.
I am ready to put on a show.
Ow! That fucking hurt.
They are coming from behind.
There we go.
I'm extra lethal.
Oh, did I just die? No. Oh. Like, why do I keep getting immobilized?
Let's get this quick. Here is an enemy.
Now I am satisfied.
It pleases me to be. Stop them in their tracks. My wounds need healing.
The amplifier is no longer in service.
Bye. Oh, he hit me with one kick. Damn.
Things are gonna be different this time.
Oh, I keep walking the wrong way.
Stop them in their tracks.
Powering up.
Be strong.
Resistance is futile.
Pulse charge. Fire.
I'll patch you up. I just got more dangerous.
Beware. An enemy. Focus on the battle. Beware. An enemy.
Another soul to join my legions.
This is a nice spot.
Much of this could be destroyed.
Healing. Why would I need
An
healing?
enemy.
Hurricane incoming.
You're a petulant child, Wanda.
Oh,
You're welcome.
For mutant kind!
come on.
May your bright
I don't think that's
Team
welcoming.
play. That's me. I just got more dangerous.
You stop them in their tracks.
Faster, my friends. Can't hold me long.
Oh, I just got wipes.
Double KO.
Oh, I'm not gonna.
That shit is so intense. Oh my god.
I am friends. Gather around.
This is real firepower. I'm extra lethal.
I am ready to put on a show.
Here they are now.
Pulse charge. Fire.
Shit. Shot.
I'll patch you up. Oh, I'm gonna get some revenge.
Come on. Oh, there's somebody behind us.
You're ready for action.
I doubt
That's one.
No. Oh, no. Did we just lose? Shit.
Can't expect to win them all.
That's okay. We put up a pretty good fight. I don't even know how much longer we had. Who is who's Mesmer?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Who haven't we been? Let's do Hello.
No one escapes hell.
Is that one of your friends, Taffy Mesmer? Oh!
My realm is the great river, into which all others flow.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh, wait, do those explode?
Goddess of death?
Aye.
My father. Is he in your realm?
Perhaps you should come with me and see yourself, my child. Fresh souls are always welcome in Hela's domain.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
3, 2.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
What are they like, these other worlds where I do not exist?
Ooh.
Find that soul. Usually I love the fullest powers of hell.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
What's happening right now? Bye. Got one.
Capture the mission area.
The spider nest is. I want your soul.
Hey, Parker, go control thieves.
Bye. Oh yeah.
The fullest power.
I feel like they
Escaping us now.
Faster, my friend.
Look up behind you. A nice deep freeze.
Feels like living. Find that soul.
The Punisher has built a turret around track this enemy.
Let's go. Where did he go?
I don't have to be center stage.
Here's the slice.
I suck. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Bye.
You know your spells, mage. Happy to
Find that soul.
Oh.
it had to be done.
Some fireworks.
I'm opening a portal.
Are you?
Mine's in place. A nice deep freeze.
Cosmos heals you.
Oh, I just fell through the fucking floor.
Fireworks.
I thought it built already.
I am ready to put
Oh.
This is real firepower!
I like the cold.
I smashed this yawn.
Stay away from the nest.
I want your soul.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh yeah. Ooh. The ultimate did it, honey babushka. Yes. That's how you do it.
My domain will one day encompass all.
Okay, she might
souls.
become a stan too because I didn't like her when I played the beta, but I don't think I truly understood her power set.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So she has that ball that explodes. She has the daggers that explodes. Then she has regular daggers.
Did you really go time traveling with Krakoa?
I did. And as soon as we fix what Doom did.
Okay, we need another voice line because they keep saying that same voice line. Come on, give Storm some more
The
lines.
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Oh.
Got it?
You fools.
Nani, you expecting Peter Parker?
Ooh. Yes. Look at that cape. The cape looks amazing too.
Enemy in front of us.
This is gonna hurt.
Find that soul.
These spiders are cute, but that
By the eye of Agamotto!
Area is yours to capture now.
Find that soul.
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Oh shit. I thought I hit that fast enough.
Double KO. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
I shall claim my victory eventually.
Okay, but she is just strutting like we ain't got nowhere to go.
Our enemies are near.
Here's this life. Fullest powers of hell.
Nice deep freeze.
Find that soul. A great taste of hell.
Oh shit, I keep going.
Double KO.
Maximum pulse!
Okay. There we go.
It is nigh.
You know what to do, spiders?
I want a soul.
Make me angry.
Enemies. Perfect. They're on your tail. I want a soul.
These mechanical.
Oh yeah, come on.
I'm opening a
Hurricanes coming.
A shortcut through space.
I am ready to put on a show.
More than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Firepower!
So young. What a shame. Let's rest it again.
I see a portal.
I want a soul. No escape from hell.
Oh yeah.
Here's this life.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, my eyes are burning. Do we got it? Okay, we're almost there.
Find that soul. A brief taste of hell. Well, here's this life.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Get him, get him.
Be strong.
Oh, okay. She's a sand. She's a sand. She's gonna be a me. I was hoping that they would have a different map for this, so hopefully they have it for when this comes out, because we need some new maps. Ooh. Epic victory. There we go. I don't know who this person is. Who? Is my thing lagging? Can't tell what's going on
Pick
over
your
here.
hero or villain. I'm not judging.
No. I feel like this light keeps getting brighter and brighter. Who else do I want to do? Let's do some Black Panther.
Are you ready to hunt?
I feel like I didn't like him the first time, because he's very like melee, very close combat, and everybody else has ranged attacks. Puppy.
My claws may be sharp, but my mind is far sharper.
Let's see what he does. Oh, so he has that. Okay, we like that. Okay, we like that.
Eddie, I guess we're doing the team up thing again.
Okay, we can do this. We can do this.
That's why they could have bit anyone, but it bit me. Pretty amazing luck.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Oh, is this the other side? I don't think I've ever... No, it's not the other side. I just don't know how to pay attention. Let's...
The enemy approaches.
I am wounded. This will help.
Oh, shit.
This is gonna hurt. You know what to do, Spider. Time for some fire.
Spider on spider fire.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Shit. Oh my god, I got my ass whooped.
I'll patch you up. Team play. That's me.
Okay.
Fast has favored me with another chance.
Oh no.
My aim is true.
Oh shit. Not me trying to hide behind the wall like this.
Time for some fireworks.
We are only given so many chances to shine.
Resistance is
Stuck.
That turret looks dangerous.
Oh my lord, I didn't even get to go into the space.
fireworks. Their team's capture progress
Lesson
has
learned.
passed the halfway
Let's try
point.
something different.
No.
Fast, guide my spear.
I am Bruce Banner, and I am calm.
My turn.
Time for some fireworks. Chin up.
Ah, yes. Much better.
This is gonna hurt.
Usually
Judge, jury, executioner!
They're gonna let me take it right now? Because they're not paying attention. Damn. I almost had that. What did she even hit me with?
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Chance.
Pulse charge.
No, jump in it. Get in there. Somebody get in there. Get in there! Damn. I definitely suck as him. It's a little too melee for what I'm looking for. I think I could be better with him if I practice, but right now, it's not Wakanda forever.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Asgard is not our concern. We should be fighting on Earth.
If only the Dora Milaje were here. But you will have to do.
The battle starts in 5,
4,
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I don't even know what this pounce thing is.
You surface dwellers can't resist destroying yourselves, can you?
Like lambs to the
Beware.
My aim is true.
Oh my lord.
You're welcome.
Double KO. That's 3. They captured the
I
mission
have
area.
returned from Dejalia.
Okay, we don't have the point right now. It's okay because I have my ultimate though.
I have discovered a net. Tremble before fast!
I didn't know what that did.
I'm counting on you, friends.
Tremble before fast!
Feel my feelings.
Bast has favored me with another chance.
Oh, everybody on my team is dead.
You're not going anywhere.
I will find my claws sharper.
I don't know, he's like hard to move around. Like, I can't jump around with him.
I see you.
I have returned from Dejalia.
Wait, wait. Oh shit. Excuse me.
Don't mess with the amazing spider!
Oh my god.
Vengeance never ends well.
They've almost got it.
Bast, guide my spear. We are in the front.
Damn.
My soul shall not rest yet.
Damn.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Lurky. Not Lurky. Winning in a Twitch stream. Don't let it go to the next game yet, Taffy. I need to run ads. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Area secure. Okay. Oh my god, I'm doing something. I collected a sample. I don't know what that is. Well, that's another gun. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Why am I slowed? Why am I slowed? Let me go. Let me go. Let me run. Oh, bitch. You saw how fucking long it was taking for me to reload? Like, damn. They wasn't even giving me a chance. I'm over here hopping around like a fucking bunny rabbit and this bitch is not reloading. Bitch. Nah. Lacto. Where's my hammer? Don't shake that little butt at me. Don't shake that little plastic BBL at me. Nope. No! Headmaster. Yes, sir. What happened with the Dweller of Strafe? And who's Moyara? Ooh, child. This is like an episode of The Kids Say the Darndest Things. Like, you just let him know you were eavesdropping, son? We in trouble. Learn how to fight too, right? Naturally. You will spend your days training and studying, but most importantly, sewing. Sewing? Oh my god. Oh my god, this bed thing is amazing. Oh my god. Oh my god. I would be so mad if I was somebody else just doing that to somebody. Bitch. Okay. Did I play through every character? Not really. Guess we could try some Luna Snow. I'm gonna suck though. Okay, I'm gonna play a few more matches and then I need to walk the puppy. Because he is right there. Can you guys see him? Nah, he's over there.
Orlitz was my life. But wouldn't it be fabulous to have an
There,
all-superhero?
you can see him now.
Before you attack, get ready.
There's my little puppy.
Okay, here's the deal.
Velasco said I should stay away from you.
She looks like really good, but I'm just like not
Also, I see you're not
understanding her. But I think I only played it once, so it's like
Or demons. Tell me.
not gonna get it just by that. Also, I love her, the way she moves.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Don't forget, securing the mission area is
Where
your
is
top
everybody? Oh.
There are threats ahead even greater than what the demons have unleashed.
Watch this place. Right behind you.
Hostiles coming in fast.
Bogey here.
Be strong together. I like the cold.
Right behind you.
Oh shit. Oh shit. What was I doing?
I like the cold. Be strong together.
Yeah, he's so cute. Oh, he went back to the other side. He does not like the limelight.
Peter Quill, someone needs a snowball in the face.
Be your best self. I suck.
Hostiles up front.
Nothing trapped. Ready to do some damage.
Okay, she's kind of like Space Ranger.
Grow up. We are undefeatable! Be your best self. That one hurts.
What the fuck?
A nice deep freeze.
I'm good to go. No escaping us now.
Be your best self.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Ready
Letting
to
the
do
dark
some
child
damage.
out at sea.
My friend.
I suck.
Happy to help.
I am ready to put on a show.
We get it? Did we get it?
Powerful yet. By the eye of Agamotto. Slowed me down.
My will.
Oh yeah. Okay. They're much better.
Unleashed.
Come get that vehicle to its destination. Hostile ahead. I am wounded. We are Be your best self.
Ooh.
Enemies better be-
I didn't even mean to kill her.
Unstoppable.
My friends. Hurricane incoming.
Damn, Taffy, I almost let you die just now.
Can't defeat the wind and thunder. Just one.
Oh shit.
Unleash the Vishanti's power.
Oh, there we go. Know your spells, mage.
I don't have to be center stage.
You know your spells, mage.
Look, here is an enemy. These enemies better beware. I'm wounded. Who will help?
Oh,
You're halfway there. Keep going.
oh, I don't know what I was doing just now. My brain just turned off.
You need me.
I'm over here trying to glide somewhere. Where? I don't know.
Someone needs a snowball in the face. I am ready to. We are undefeatable. I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, I didn't even notice that I can change what she does during that ultimate. I thought it was only healing.
More powerful yet.
Enemies ready to do
Spider
some
Zero
damage.
must reach the
My
leader.
winds
This
blow
is our
hard.
duty.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Okay, do it.
Stay away from her.
Feel hungry. Be your best self.
A shortcut.
Here is an enemy. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I'm halted.
An enemy. Oh no! Look behind you. Chin up.
Here we go.
See them? Right there. Be strong together.
Spider Zero, you will reach the Weaver. That is my promise.
No. Oh my god.
Your powers are mine!
By the eye of Agamotto!
It's okay. Admit it. You need me your best self.
We are undefeatable!
I like the cold.
I unleash the Vishanti's power!
We're finding our groove.
Goddess of nature.
Oh yeah.
That's it!
Oh, I killed somebody.
Standing your way. A nice deep freeze.
Feels so calm, as if the winds themselves have been silenced.
Almost every aspect of life here is carefully controlled, including the weather.
It is unnatural.
I have been saying that since the day I got
So close! This is your big chance! On the home.
I'm good to go.
It's okay.
Oops.
Be your best self.
Oh.
Here is an enemy.
Yeah.
I am ready to put on a show. Another epic victory.
That was really good. Actually, I could play her more. Now I understand what to do with her. I was like, what am I doing? I didn't understand. I played Juno for like a whole day in Overwatch before I realized I could shoot people to heal them. Because I was like, I can't do enough healing. What is going on? I cannot wait to see what other characters they bring in. I forgot when this is coming out. I think it's September. Okay. Is there... Who else haven't I done yet? Let's do... Let's try some Loki. Shall we?
Shall we?
Wanna come here?
The King of Asgard, at your service.
Okay, L2.
Everyone loves a trickster, until the trick is played on them.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Thank me later.
I don't even know what that does. How do I heal you guys?
I'm inspired to fight with you, Prince of Lies.
No, you're not.
Am I just shitting you guys too?
Remember that.
3, 2, 1. Don't forget, securing the mission area is your top priority. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Don't forget, securing the mission area is your top priority.
Okay, I'm just shooting.
Has been brought to heal. I will choose Asgard's future. My friends.
Who will help?
Oh, he's hard. I don't even think I played him in the beta. His skill set is way above my pay grade.
I'm hurt. Double KO.
That's right. Let your enemies underestimate you. You are restored.
Be swift. Ride the wind.
I still need you.
Chin up.
Oh, sorry, Taffy. I turned around right and we both got sniped.
Spiritual energy accumulation in progress.
Damn.
I always come back.
I wish he was stronger. I feel like he's very weak.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
I'm just getting my ass wiped right now. Let me see, maybe there's a button that I don't know to press.
That was nothing for a god. I'm gone. I still need you.
Tremble before fast!
I have many faces. My face, They are in front of us.
Don't mess with the amazing.
Listen, I love all of these people's skill sets, just not when they use it on me. That's a no-no. I'm coming, don't die.
And here we go again.
Damn, I'm just dying so fast as him. I feel like he needs another healing option, like just shooting people is not enough.
That was nothing for a god.
Line of Ashanti, strange is here.
I have many faces. They are in front of us.
Render me assistance.
I have many faces.
I am ready to put on a show. Stand with you. Friends, gather around.
Your powers are mine.
Only 60 seconds left.
No, I'm gonna die. Shit. No. I think my thing is lagging. This game is so fucking intense on my computer.
Double KO.
And here we go again.
Down to 30 seconds. I need assistance. The final 10 seconds.
Don't mess with the amazing
Oh my god, this game is lagging.
Well, you can't expect.
Yeah, that was a rough round. Definitely cannot play as him. Loki's gonna be my Mercy. So I barely play Mercy. So like my camera's lagging like crazy. Okay, this is probably gonna be my last round because I have to walk my dog and I have to be up early. I could only I can do the healing and the other part. It took me a while to do that, but let's do some Scarlet.
Make all the difference.
But switching to her gun, I don't know why I cannot get that mechanic at all, and I'm always dying because I feel like I can't defend myself. Because it feels so weird to press the directional buttons when you don't. I don't think you press them for any other character in that game. Oh, and I'm not her. Oh, and somebody else picked her. Okay, let's do Star-Lord. Damn, I didn't know somebody else picked her.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay
Here we
strong.
go.
Figure out what that is.
Cataclysm makes for strange allies, doesn't it?
It has a way of stripping away our assumptions.
That's not what I mean.
4, 3,
I think it
2,
is.
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
When will these madmen learn that reality isn't their playground?
No.
Assault begins.
Focus on the battle.
And loaded.
Fighters from this nest are hunting us.
Your moves are almost as good as mine, Luna.
Oh snap, I almost died.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Look, here is an enemy. Pick it up.
Locked and loaded.
Hostile ahead.
Oops, went too far. Too far. Ugh, I love the way this looks. The glide. It looks so good. Juno could never. Gotta say it.
Stopping the Star Lord.
Look, here is an enemy.
Ah, damn it. Damn it! There was a lot going on. This feels crazy right now. Oop. Okay, I'm gonna come in from this side because I got my ultimate. And I can wipe them.
No stopping the Star Lord.
Damn it. I didn't know she could still swipe me.
I'm counting on you, friend. You never stood a chance.
I'm back, baby.
Damn it. I literally feel like this happens to me in every single game, and that I have to reload right when the enemy's at like 1 bar. Oh shit. Okay. Gonna go this way.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Let's try this again.
Oh. The bullshittery.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
She's almost gone.
I'm hurt. Better stop that vehicle. Chin up.
Come on.
Hostile ahead.
What the fuck? Ugh. I have like no aim right now. Okay, it's not moving.
I'm back, baby.
Where's this one? She's dead too. Okay. Damn it. Oh, who is hitting me?
Let's try this again.
There's still a chance to stop them.
No, oh, stop them. Oh, fucking shit. Oh, shit. Now they have 4 minutes.
Might be a good time to stop them. Mine's in place.
That's crazy. 4 minutes.
Can't keep me down for long.
Why did I really thought she was about to say Hurricane Bianca?
Hurricane incoming! For mutant kind!
That one hurt. Come, my minion. Shake it up.
Okay, I tried. I tried. Oh, she was just wiping me out. Let's use this ultimate.
I'm back, baby.
Behold! Child! Party time! Double KO! I like the cold. Foes have found us.
That is my greatest hit.
Double KO!
Who's perfect now? Warlock.
It's now or never.
Locked and
Stop them.
loaded.
Better stop that vehicle. Look, here is an enemy. I'm hurt. Enemy's healing.
Damn it, it was taking so long to break that fucking bridge.
Right there. Behind us.
Oh, another star, a star lower took me out. The cannibalism.
Better stop that vehicle. Counting on you, friend.
I enjoyed that. Let's try this again.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Friends, gather around.
No! Damn it.
Right there.
There's no beating that. She's whipping my ass. No.
Don't give them another kick or else. Beware, an enemy. Well,
Okay, Diva. Let's get some air horns. Yes, I gotta go walk my puppy. Let's head out of the screen. Let's see what's going on. Let me get out of here. Thank you so much for playing today with me, Taffy. I really appreciate it. And I'm gonna message you tomorrow because I want to talk about what you messaged me about on Discord. Thank you, Michael, Mickey, for hanging out. I appreciate it so much. Let me see something. Oh, we do. Let's try this. You guys can use whichever one you want to. Let's see if this works. That is not the right thing. You can use that, or you can use this. Whichever one you'd like. I think that I would love to go raid Lo-Fi Lundy since she's doing a partner push and I want to support her. Oh, is that how it's coming out when you do that? That looks so weird. Maybe I didn't do it right. Oh no. Let's try it like this. I knew it was too easy. I don't even know if the other one is working. Where's my emote? Hold on. Try that. Let's copy that a bunch of times and then I'll redo the other one. I actually need to talk to Mickey about this because I feel like she has this on her streams. Oh, it's still coming out. It's not a thing. As words. That is so weird. Because it looks fine when I put it there. But why can't you guys copy and paste it? How about the other one? How about the Avenge one? What does that look like when you paste it? Oh, maybe it's mobile? Yeah. Okay. Oh, that was excuse me. Oh, snap. Hold on. I literally cannot type right now. I can't even talk. I can't do anything. What am I doing? What is life? Okay, we'll do it without the emotes for now, which is okay. We'll learn how to get there. We'll get there at some point. You guys can do this if you'd like. We are going to raid Lundy. She's doing a partner push, like I said. I learned about Lundy from Ivy and Poppy. And Lundy actually said something during during an event in an Ivy stream that really got to me, so I want to go and support her. Yeah, thank you to everybody for hanging out. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Taffy, for playing some games with me. Thank you to Mickey. I don't know if you're still lurking, but I appreciate you coming in and hanging out while you were working. And to anybody else that's been lurking, I really appreciate it. Remember that there were drops for this game, so if you watch for an hour, you got some sort of drop. It says, I think it says CBR key, so remember that. Yeah, thank you, Michael. You have great wet dreams as well. Let me start this raid. I think hopefully she's on. Here we go. Okay, let's start this raid. There we go. And please show her as much love as you guys showed me today. I really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody again. I'm gonna try to stream again tomorrow. Taffy, I'm gonna message you again tomorrow. I'm gonna try to stream this as much as I can because that's what I need to do. And yes, thank you to everybody, and I will see you guys soon. Bye.
He did his little dancey dance. Puma? Kuro! Stop. I'm so sorry, hold please. Kuro! No! Okay. On his bitch ass. My cat keeps fucking with my couch. Welcome, my name is Lundy. I go by she, her pronouns, and welcome to the lounge. Oh, dang. I don't know what I'm gonna do with him. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with him. Jesus Christ. I can't have nothing. I can't have nothing. I have 2 cats and a dog, yes. But only one of them is bad as hell. If y'all don't see Kuro anymore, don't be mad at me. It was his time to find a new family. But anyways, Inked Avenger, how was your day? How was Strem? How did it go? How was Marvel Rivals today? Is it everything that you could have asked for? I'm gonna put some time tomorrow. Stream was good. I got in earlier, like, but then I got in earlier because I made it to level 10 in the closing game. So I already got in. I just I booted it up, but then when it was ready to boot up, I had a meeting / interview. And then by the time I got done, I didn't have no more spoons because it made me uncomfortable. It was like a whole thing. And then, yeah. And then, yeah. And then here we are. Yeah. Same. Which part of that? The interview, booting up. I haven't been able to play yet. I'm like, I'll play. I'll probably play tomorrow. So, Crispy, if you want to play tomorrow, we can play. I'll probably play tomorrow. But I'm happy that you liked the beta, friend. Raiders, if you haven't already, please make sure that you hit that lovely link inside of the pinned message or the one that Crispy provided for you in chat so that you can use faster in the lounge. You have to get the raid part out of your URL in order for you to, in order for your account here in the lounge. No matter if you just raided in or if you decide to raid with us later, you have to do that in order for your view to count. We're doing a cute little partner push, okay? Cute little partner push. So if you could do that for me, that would really mean a lot to me. I really appreciate all of you guys for being here. Inked Avenger, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I love you to the moon. Guys, if y'all are not already following Inked Avenger, please make sure that you know, hit that follow button, okay? Thank you guys again. Human, no can watch. Human, go back. We're meeting giants. That's what we're doing in Coral Island. Not enough. Human have to close eyes. Get it? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He was getting it, chat. I gotta lurk for a minute to walk my dog? BRB. No problem. Take your time. Did Human open? No, I didn't. It was closed the whole time. Greg, Human C. Human lies. Open now. Come Human with grog.